que é o seu canal? Tem que ser o canal 2.
Muito bem. Perfeitamente, perfeitamente.
Bom dia.
Ok, obrigado.
Obrigado. Estamos a ouvir
Sim, senhor.
perfeitamente.
Está distante? Pois está aqui então.
Ladies and gentlemen, our guest is arriving. Thank you very much. Let's now get ready for the South African National Anthem and then the African Union Sport Council Anthem.
Usisileleli Afrika, malupa Yesu ondolayo, Kiswahili tanazo yetu, usisileleli China, lusapolwayo, Ula buluka sichama sa Yesu. Usibuluke, sichabasa, Yesu, sichabasa, South Africa, South Africa. Eti
Emergency regulations. The emergency evacuation procedure. Whenever the fire alarm is sounded or an instruction to evacuate is received, the following procedures shall be followed. In case of fire, please close all doors and windows. In case of a bomb threat, please open all doors and windows. Please proceed through the back doors. Show with your hands the glass door to go towards the outside. There are markings there with the green on the doors. Remain calm at all times. Proceed to the right, head towards the gate. The assembly point is on your left-hand side. The assembly point is marked by a green sign on the wall, the same as the one that we have inside here. For those of you who evacuate through the front door, show with your hands. Then you'll go out at the doors towards the passage, turn right and then left towards the internal glass doors, then turn right towards the external glass doors and head outside. Proceed to the grassy area. The assembly point is on your left-hand side. The assembly point is marked by the green sign on the wall. Once at the designated assembly point, ensure that your colleagues are with you and wait there for further instructions. Do not return to the building unless the all clear sign has been given by the safety department, the fire marshal or the fire department. Please note that we have first aiders on site in case of any emergency in our conference. Please note that there are hotel first aiders on site. Please note that this is a non-smoking area. There's, however, a demarcated smoking area, and then you can get assistance and then with the hotel at the reception. Please note, please do not leave your personal belongings unattended. The hotel offers a laptop lock service for those of you who have laptops, and they are available from the center manager. Should you notice any suspicious activity or person, please alert the center manager. In the event of load shedding, please remain calm and stay seated. There should be a delay of about 30 seconds before the hotel generator restores power back to normal. Should this not occur, please once again remain calm and stay seated and wait further instruction from Birchwood management. The bathrooms are outside as you go out in the store towards your left. If you miss it, there's somebody at the reception to show you. Thank you very much. I thought you will give me a round of applause for standing on behalf of the hotel. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the acting DG, Mr. Vusi Temba Ndima, who is the acting Director General of Department of Sport, Art and Culture in South Africa. You are welcome, sir. African Union Sport Council representative, Ms. Nicole Simbi, you are welcome. Region 5 Advisory Board Bureau member, Dr. Mamweke Nto, you are also welcome. The African Union Sport Council Region 5 CEO, Mr. Stanley Mutoya, you are most welcome, sir. The Global Observatory CEO, Dr. Payoshni Mitra, who is joining us online, you are also welcome. Distinguished Region 5 partners, notably the Association for International Sport for All, the Norwegian Olympic and Paralympic Committee and Confederation of Sport, and Nashua Botswana, conference speakers, and all participants who have joined us physically and online, you are most welcome. Members of the media who are present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I will take this opportunity to just introduce or to share with you why we are here this morning for this conference, this wonderful conference. Equity and inclusion is one of the key strategy priority area for the African Union Sport Council Region 5. In this priority area, high focus is placed on addressing the need to increase participation and involvement in sport by women and girls, including empowerment of women in sport and access to sport and recreation by all. To demonstrate the need for research-based solution to equity and inclusion, the AUSC Region 5, in collaboration with the Norwegian Olympic and Paralympic Committee and Confederation of Sport, in short NIF, in 2013, conducted a baseline survey on women leadership in sport. Outcomes of the study formed the basis of an inaugural Women in Sport conference that was held from the 6th to the 7th of August in 2013 under the theme Towards Leadership, Capacity Development, Equal Access and Opportunity for Women in Sport. The inaugural Women in Sport conference resulted in the adoption of the resolution dubbed Gaborone Declaration, as well as validation of the Regional Women in Sport Action Plan. This declaration captured the aspiration of the Region 5 member state in terms of the work that needed to be done in advancing gender mainstreaming and empowerment of women and girls in sport and physical activity. The Regional Action Plan served as a guiding framework for member states in their efforts to address the outcome of the conference. One of the outcomes of the Gaborone 2013 conference was to convene a follow-up conference that will serve to evaluate the milestone achieved in the implementation of the Gaborone Declaration outcome, as well as assess the impact of emerging issues. This was in order to make Region 5 relevant by keeping up to date with the key issues that affected women and girls. As can be noticed now, a number of contemporary issues have emerged, key among them being the safe sport, COVID-19 pandemic, escalation of gender-based violence, particularly during the COVID-19 lockdown period, as well as child rights issues. Region 5, after consulting with the Norwegian Olympic Committee as part of its 2018 to 2028 strategy plan, planned to host the follow-up conference in October 2022. The proposed conference marked the first effort to take stock and evaluate how countries have performed against the target set out in the Regional Action Plan and to address other key emerging issues that continue to impact the progress towards the desired future. I hope all the countries who are here will give us that update that is expected this morning or this week or these 3 days that we will be here. And hence the theme for this conference being gender equity, championing sustainable change. Let's give a round of applause to the African Union Sports Council Region 5. I would now like to call thank you, my papers are too many. I would like to call our acting Director General of Department of Sport, Arts and Culture in South Africa, Mr. Vusitemba Ndima, to come and give us a welcome. Let's give him the round of applause as he comes over on the stage. Thank you.
Good morning, Program Director, Ms. Malebo Nkakile Raditladi, members of the Diplomatic Corps, African Union Sports Council representative, Ms. Nicole Simbi, Region 5 Advisory Board Bureau member, Dr. Mamoketsi Nto, AUSC Region 5 CEO, Mr. Stanley Mutoya, Africa Zone 6 Radio Chairperson, Dr. Nicholas Munyonga, the Global Observatory CEO, Dr. Payoshni Mitra, distinguished Region 5 partners, notably the Association for International Sports for All, Norwegian Olympic and Paralympic Committee, and Confederation of Sport and Nashua, Botswana. Conference speakers and participants, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to be addressing this gathering of distinguished delegates representing the member countries and stakeholder organizations from Region 5 and beyond. This gathering is a manifestation of a common goal that unites all of us, despite our region or country we originate from. This conference is a suitable avenue where we can all meet as members of the sporting fraternity to deliberate on pertinent issues related to women, including challenges they face and solutions that we can collectively employ to counter the challenges. May I take time to welcome all the delegates to Johannesburg, South Africa, and wish all of you a pleasant and enjoyable stay in our country. I wish to commend the AUSC Region 5 for organizing this event with the support from the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture and the Norwegian Olympic and Paralympic Committee and Confederation. I wish to also commend the joint task team that has been involved in organizing the conference. The conference has come at an opportune time where there is an ever-increasing need to tackle challenges faced by women and girls across the region and other parts of this globe. In recent times, and especially with the advent of COVID-19 pandemic and climate change, we have noted with great concern the deteriorating environment in which women and girls live. We have also noted an increase in incidents of gender-based violence and forms of violence against women. Further, despite the increase in advocacy and policy development aimed at addressing gender issues, we continue to see a smaller number of women in leadership and participation in sport and other facets of development. It is for this reason that this conference is being held to help address issues that impede women's participation in sport and sustainable development. In addition, this session addresses key components of leadership for women and how we can commit to building an environment that is conducive for women to thrive as leaders in sport and society. This conference will seek to identify issues that affect women's leadership and participation in sport and development. Through the presentations and group tasks, we anticipate that the delegates will actively engage to craft strategies that help the region in creating conducive spaces for their development. In view of this, delegates must strive to help the region and member countries to achieve the international outcomes and give direction in shaping a future that empowers women and girls. I wish also to appeal to the participating countries and industry stakeholders to develop a common agenda and harness collective approaches in strengthening mechanisms for women's leadership. In line with the Region 5 Gender Action Plan, we must ensure that focus for the leadership session is on the 4 priorities, which include policy development, advocacy and awareness, capacity development, and research. Let us put in place strategies that help women to be in the forefront to achieve the priorities and the outcomes of the action plan. As I conclude, I wish all the delegates the very best in the deliberations. We must show the world that women and girls have the capacity and an important role to play in leading this region in all the different facets of human development. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. I didn't hear that energetic clap for our acting Director General of Department of Sport, Arts and Culture in South Africa, Mr. Vusitemba Ndima. Thank you very much, sir, for those wonderful words. He said, I hope you were all listening. You talked about the common goal and the common agenda that bring us together to find solutions to the issues affecting women in sport. And I believe that all what we are here, we will please, by the end of the 3 days, be able to give or to take that advice that he has just given to us. Let's give a round of applause for the last time for Mr. Vusitemba Ndima. Without wasting time, I would now call Ms. Muiponi Mashale to come and give us on women and sport leadership in AUSC Region 5. Ms. Muiponi Mashale is the current chairperson for our AUSC Region 5 Women in Sport Committee. She also sits in several positions, being the former vice president of the Lesotho Sport and Recreation Commission. Her management proficiency has attracted many, not only from Lesotho, but even the entire Southern Africa. Not so long ago, this formidable lady was elected as the president of the Lesotho Netball Association. Let's give Ms. Muiponi a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Program Director. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just say all protocol observed for the sake of time. However, I wish to say a very warm welcome to AUSC Region 5, a home of innovation and excellence. We are excited as women in sport in the region that finally the conference has happened. And the excitement has brought a lot of anxiety, and in the event, if you experience a bit of nervousness, kindly know that we are excited and that anxiety has brought nervousness. My role today is just to give you a brief background of women in sport in the Region 5 and say a bit on the configuration of the working committee, its mandate, the programs that we run, and also what we are aiming to achieve through this conference. Excuse me a bit.
while we are still waiting for that, I've heard somebody's phone ringing. Please, let's put our phones on silent so that it doesn't disturb our listening. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much, and we are really sorry for that little mishap. So, AUSC Region 5 Women in Sport Working Committee is constituted by 10 women representatives from the 10 member countries, and it has a leadership of a chairperson, deputy chair, and general secretary. It is the committee that is entrusted with ensuring the region's strategies, decisions, and programs related to women and girls. They are implemented by the respective member countries. So the current committee is constituted by the ministers, and it was appointed by the minister in 2021 to serve in the committee from 2021 to 2024. So the programs that the Women in Sport runs are driven by the strategic directions of the region and borrowing from other strategic directions. For example, all the programs are being driven by the AUS Region 5 strategic plan. And in the strategic plan, we are expected to be looking after the strategic objective 3, which is sport and development and peace. And the focus is increasing women participation in sport by 40% by 2028. And we have been putting our focus especially on equity and inclusion and sport and society. So the other programs were influenced by the Regional Sport Forum resolution of 13 to 14 November 2019, which happened in Avani, Maseru, Lesotho. And here we borrowed from the section 21, which was putting emphasis on member countries to promote and support the International Working Group on Women and Sport, which is IWG, current priorities. And the Big Five, which is the initiative and the legacy that was brought by IWG being hosted in Botswana in 2018. Now, the other strategic directions that programs are developed based is from the Gasan Action Plan. And from the Gasan Action Plan, we have been looking at main policy area 1 that talks about enforcing gender equality and empowering girls and women. And also policy area 2, which also talks about improving health and well-being of all at all ages. And also policy, on the same policy then, we are concentrating on advanced gender equality and empower all and girls. Then we also borrowed from main policy area 3, which is protect child, youth, and other vulnerable groups. So we are deriving also our programs from the other declarations which were taken in international events and resolutions, such as the Botswana Declaration, which the program director talked to, the Helsinki and Brighton Declaration, Agenda 2063, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So from those strategic direction, the Women in Sport Action Plan then decided to run the programs that I will share with you. And the first program, which has been actively being implemented by the region and its 10 member countries, is the Women Leadership Program. This is a program that is supported by Tafisa, the sponsor that has been mentioned by various speakers before me, which is aiming at training young women mentees into leadership skills. And to date, 41 facilitators were trained from 10 member countries in order for them to go and train those young mentees. And 56 mentees from Lesotho, Malawi, Zimbabwe have graduated. This is a very good start, because the way the program is designed is that those mentees now will become part and mentors of the next generation or cohort of the mentees. So, and 60 mentees are now undergoing the mentorship programs in the other 7 member countries. However, we need to commend Zimbabwe here, because they have now started a second cohort of the membership or of the mentorship for this program. Another program that the region is running and is looking forward to its full implementation is Women for Women Networking Program. This is a woman that has a slogan. This is a program that has a slogan of "One for More," and the format in which this program is designed to run is such that one influencer will go look for 4 other women in school, nearby the community, in your street, home, or in churches, or in any social gathering, and that influencer will ensure that those 4 women participate in sport. And the first 4 influencers are also expected to identify other 4 influencers in any community around them also. So we are aiming that at the end, at least 500,000 women are active and participating in sport in all our member countries. This is a program that has never really kick-started in most of the member countries. And as Women in Sport Committee, we are glad that today we have leadership from almost every country, and we are going to kindly urge your support to ensuring that this program is kick-starting in our countries. And again, let me not hide that Zimbabwe is the only country, again, that has started this program, and they are doing so well. They are mentoring, they are encouraging participation in sport at all levels of age, and all the events that are happening for women are published and are all over their social media. So the last one that I'll talk to is Female Sport for All Leaders of Tomorrow. This is also the program that has kick-started 10 members, 10 mentees from 9 member countries except Mozambique have been trained and they've graduated. And again, we are going to urge the leadership in sport, which is present here today, to make use of those mentees in the country to ensure that they drive sport for all initiatives. Because our observation is that they have been trained, they are sitting within the sports councils, but we don't see those sport for all initiative except the just ended World Working Day where we saw some kind of activities. But our aim is that the activities must be continuous. They must not target a certain celebration only. So we will also highlight some of the achievements that has been realized in the region, and especially we are highlighting here women that has made this region proud in some international and national or regional events. And for 2022 Commonwealth Games, we'll talk about Lara from South Africa, who won gold in breaststroke swimming, and Jerona Michela, also from South Africa, who won gold in judo. Then we have Letabo, the first woman in Botswana to win a bronze medal in boxing. And then we've got Christine Boma from Namibia, who won bronze in the athletics in 2 meters. So we have decided that in every, also there's Helalia also, Johannes from Namibia also, who won a bronze medal from women's marathon. We have decided that in every event, we must just highlight those women so that at least it becomes a motivation to other young girls who are aspiring also to be champions and winning. In the Olympic Games, then we have Tajana from SAO also, who won gold medal in swimming, and Christine Boma from Namibia won a silver in 200-meter athletics. And we have seen successful hosting of events, and here we were very glad as women in sport when the Banyana won the champion of Women's Cup of Nations. And also there are women who have attended this conference who have been leaders in hosting successful events, and we can highlight the hosting of Botswana World Netball Youth Games under the leadership of President Mr. Tebogo Leboze. And we can also highlight the successful hosting of IWG in Botswana again in 2018 under the leadership of and guidance of Ms. Khame Mutibi, also who's present with us here. We are also realizing now South Africa to host the World Cup Senior Championship in 2023, and also is still under the leadership of a woman, Ms. Sisidia Molokwane, who is also the president for Africa Netball. So these are the strides that women in sport in the region are doing. And we were also so proud just a few months ago when during the qualifiers for the same World Netball Cup, out of 4 African countries that will represent the continent in the World Cup, 3 of the countries are from the region, which is South Africa, Malawi, and Zimbabwe. So that highlights that women are really trying very hard to showcase their talent in the international world. So the women in sport expectations from this conference really is to review the milestones since 2013 Botswana Conference and also to align AUSC Region 5 Women in Sport plan with the strategic plan and setting up of new strategic direction. We are also looking forward to networking and stakeholders mapping for women in sport programs. And we also looking forward to review 2021 regional gender study and draw comparisons with the 2014 baseline studies. And we are also expecting to be coming out with resolutions on implementation of the action plan that will be shared in this conference. In conclusion, I can say the region has a rich history. Its future is not improvised, and sport today uses yesterday to predict tomorrow for the next generation. The world is now a global village for athletes, but the challenge is to think global and act local. The standard for sport in the region has to be transformed, and that says there's a need for trend-setting partners. With that, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Muiponi Mashale. Let's give her a round of applause. That's our current chairperson for AUSC Region 5 Women in Sport Committee. You have heard it all. The region is doing something good. I didn't hear that clap and the whistle and the ululating. That the region is doing something good. And as the vision is saying, to be the leading sport region through innovation and excellence. And she listed all the excellence that the region is doing. And it is our desire to make this conference a resounding success. The outcome should shape the review of the gender mainstream policies in the member countries. The conference should also lead to create a network and partnership that helps amplify women's voice, as well as develop tools to be used in tracking progress and measuring the impact of strategies designed to enhance the empowerment of women. Emphasis will be placed on the need to heighten attention towards research, policy coherence, and convergence with other global policies as she was reading them, and the gender equality development and use of gender lens, as well as opening opportunities for access to. Are we back? Yes. That means I read something very good. Did you see the counting? Yes, and we are so proud, and I would love to, I want us to give a round of applause for Zimbabwe for being the first at all time. I don't know whether it's a coincidence, but yeah, we'll have it that one with Mr. Motoya over tea. But that's the beauty of supporting a leader unconditionally at all costs. There's no way that we'll have a leader originating from Zimbabwe and Zimbabwe become the last. Let's give them a round of applause. And he's no longer a Zimbabwe citizen, he's now the regional citizen. So he doesn't have identity, he's all over. Let's give him a round of applause, Zimbabwe, once again, as we welcome Ms. Hame Mutibi to give the advocacy for women and leadership. I don't know if there are any questions on the floor while Hame is coming over. That was an update from the chairperson. I don't know if there's anything, the technical team, if there's anybody online and who has the question, please let us know. And I can see there's nobody, everybody is satisfied with the good news that we had from the region. So let's welcome Ms. Hame Mutibi to give us the advocacy for women leadership. Ms. Mutibi serves as a global executive member of the International Working Group on Women and Sport, IWG, for 2018 to 2022, and has been reappointed in the IWG Executive Board for the new host of the IWG 2022-2026. Wow. As Africa representative, let's give her a round of applause for that magnificent position. And she also serves as a chairperson of Africa Sport Venture Group Board of Directors. And Ms. Hame, she is also the co-founder of Women in Sport for Africa Network, together with Ms. Ntambi Raveli and another, our late Matilda, who is now not with us, and other women who serves in those committee. We applaud you for that. And she served as a secretary, who served as a secretary general. Let's give a round of applause to Ms. Hame, and not forgetting that she's also from this region. Why are you not clapping? Thank you.
No, because you're not saying. I raised my hand.
Over to you, Hame.
Hello, morning.
Good morning.
I have raised my hand from Mozambique, please.
I'm just too tall to stand there, so I'll stand here. Possibly you'll be able to see me from here. I've already been introduced. You can hear me, right? I have a nice one. Yeah. My name is Hame Mutibi, like I've been introduced, and I'm going to be taking you through the advocacy training. Why advocacy for women leaders? We are here, like Malebo has said, to chart the way forward for our region. We are here because we want to have an action plan, what we are going to be doing going forward. So we are here to say, okay, how do you do that? So we are coming up with ways to empower you to be able to go back and implement the action plan that you are going to come out with here today. So one of the ways to implement, to empower you is through advocacy. So I'll be taking you through a training. I know you are very perfect in this one, but just to say, for us to be able to do this, we need to go through advocacy and be able to understand who we have to talk to, how we talk to those people, and what we say to those people in order for them to support us. And I have a right t-shirt here. Patriarchy won't smash itself. We are here because we are smashing patriarchy. We are not bashing anyone, we are smashing patriarchy. We are not here to bash anyone, we are here to smash patriarchy through what we are going to be doing. And I know you know what patriarchy is. It's just a system that we are talking about. It's not a single person, but a system. It's not men, it's a system. So we are talking against that system. That is why we need an action plan for women in sport. That is why we need to learn and understand advocacy. Okay, I have to press. These things are not easy to use. Okay, what is advocacy? By the way, they were presenting. I'm here on a class, so I'm going to be talking to you. I'm going to be asking questions, and you are going to be answering. So it's an interactive session. So what is advocacy? No right or wrong answer. What is advocacy? I do have all the answers, but I want to hear you first. Excuse me? Speak about something. Thank you. What else? What else? What else? What else? I also want to make sure that you are not on your laptops, on your phones, on anything, and you're focusing on me. So that's why I'm asking you these questions. Yes? To do what? Okay. Excuse me?
Sorry, Hame. There's a microphone on your desk. One is English, one is Portuguese. So as you speak, please press so that we can be able to all hear you. Thank you.
Okay. You're going to, it's discussing our agenda, right? Your agenda. Thank you. To me. Okay. Yes, it's about discussing your issues, your agenda. It is to effect change in your policies, your practices, your systems, your procedures. It's to change attitudes and beliefs. So that is what we want to do. For us to be able to implement the action plan, we need to talk to the right people who would understand us better. So through advocacy, we are going to be able to make sure that we effect change in our policies. We are going to change the practices. We are going to be able to change attitudes and beliefs. We know you are dealing with some people are patriarchal, some people are gatekeepers of patriarchy. So you want to be able to go to them and educate them so that they understand why we want an action plan for women in sport. Some people are not even the gender neutral, some are gender blind. So for us to make sure that they understand us is through advocacy. So those attitudes, those beliefs, those cultural beliefs, we need to go there, challenge them through advocacy so that at the end of the day, we are able to implement what we are here for. It is also about, it can occur at local. You can do advocacy in your clubs, in your sports organizations, at national level with your government. So any person who sits in a position of power, you can be able to go to that person and be able to advocate for the action plan, for inclusion of women, for safeguarding, for anything, or your agenda, like she said, for any agenda that we have. So we can only do that through advocacy. And why are we learning advocacy today? We're learning advocacy because we want to be able to convince decision makers to take the right steps. We want them to understand. They are not here right now with us. So it's up to us to go back to talk to them, convince them, make them understand the action plan, then we are able to implement it. Earlier, Malibu talked about the 2013 declaration. And we are here, we want to check how many countries were able to implement that. We want to see 100% after the 2022 declaration. So why do we need that? Because it cannot be talk show. It cannot be business as usual. So we are going to be able to go back, convince, and talk to our decision makers for them to understand that we need action. No more conferences, no more talk shows, action. So that is why we need to do advocacy. We want also to build knowledge and skills that are related so that we can be able to implement the process that we want to do. So you are here, we want you to be able to learn how to do it. I'm taking you through why advocacy, someone is going to take you through the skills and the competencies that you need for advocacy. And so that when you go back, you do the right thing and you know how to do it. Because you know sometimes we go to talk to someone and say, this one doesn't know what she's talking about. We want you to go and do it right so that you don't even fall when you do it. We want you to be able to develop advocacy implementation plan. From here you have an action plan. How are you going to implement the action plan? Through advocacy, what is your advocacy plan? How do you do the advocacy plan? We want you to be able to understand that so that you can be able to go back and implement that. I think it needs double, okay. Don't worry, we'll get there. We also want to explore the role of advocacy in ensuring that government policy commitments are translated into actions and programs. We want those policies to be translated into actions and programs, and we want that to be done through advocacy. All of you here are advocates. All of you here are advocates, and we're going to train more advocates. At the end of the day, we are able to go and stand for ourselves and stand for young girls who are not here with us today. And we want to equip you as participants with the knowledge and skills to plan, to implement, to monitor, and evaluate an advocacy campaign on women in sport. What campaign do I need here? How do I advocate here? Because there are so many campaigns. You can go and do toi-toi. Is one of the advocacy measures. You can do a letter, you can do face-to-face, You can do an online campaign. There are a lot of them. So we are here to say which one of the campaigns is going to be good for us, which ones are you going to implement, and they may differ based on what you want to advocate for, and they may differ based on the people that you are going to be addressing or you are going to be convincing. They may also differ based on the countries. So it's for you to understand the different types of advocacy campaigns and which one is the right one. And even if you have the right one, you can, at the end of the day, use all of them depending on who you talk to. So it is still okay. Even I know that in Botswana, people believe that because the production has gone down, the service has gone down, people are on the slow, what do you call it? What do you call it? Go slow, yeah. People are on the go slow. That's also an advocacy. You are sending a message. So even a go slow is one of the mechanisms or campaigns that we can put in place. We are also making sure that participants have the practical skills and strategies for becoming successful advocates and designing an effective advocacy plan. Like I said before, we want you to go and do the right thing, for you to understand what you need to be doing. So it has to be effective. After this, the implementation of the action plan has to be effective, and your advocacy planning has to be effective as well. Okay, just a breather. We have challenges as women. Maybe that's why we need to smash patriarchy. That's why we are here talking about advocacy. That's why we are putting an action plan for women and sports in place. What are those challenges that we want to deal with? I just want to discuss those challenges that we are dealing with in our organizations, in our workplace, in our communities, in our countries. What are those challenges as women? No equal pay. Thank you. What else? She's about money. What else? Feel free to press on mic and talk to me. Okay, I have a plan. Let's all stand up. Apologies, let's all stand up. You will sit down after you answered me. How is that? I know for women on hills, they'll definitely answer.
Come in. Okay, I'll just talk from here.
What do you want?
Yeah. No, I think the other one, the other challenge is low numbers of women in leadership.
Thank you. Low numbers of women. You can have a seat. Yes. Yes, I could hear you. Go ahead. Yes. Yes. Thank you. She said lack of knowledge and skills in administering sport. Thank you. Poverty, yes. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Oh, you have a lot of hands. You can sit down, then you can start talking. There's so many hands now. Go ahead. Yes. Yes. We have what? Yes. Conflict. Oh, okay, the conflict there, yes. Yes? Cultural issues, yes? Women have the fear of using their voices, yes?
I also think the other one is women sabotaging other women as well. Not supporting each other enough.
Yes, women sabotaging other women. Have you have your hand up then, Francina? Ma? Let's use the mic there because it's not working. Okay. Go ahead, yes? Stereotyping, that's the part I could only hear. Yes, Khame? Low self-esteem. So those are the examples, those are the issues that, and there are so many of them, right? And most of us say we do have self-esteem. Some people say women are sabotaging other women, but I know some women are supporting other women. We sometimes look at one thing, but there's also support, right? So we have a lot of issues as women. That is why we are here. Someone talked about dominated by men. Women are belittled but do not speak up. She talked about that we do not use our voices. Sexualization and objectification of women. We are experiencing that, right? Are we? Are you sure you are? Are we being objectified and sexualized? We are. Women don't volunteer enough. We don't? We do. We do? Lack of commitment from women. Are we committed? Okay. Stereotyping, someone talked about that. Women are targeted as the needy group. Huh? Yeah, some of the program that you get is because people believe that, no, let's just give them this, they need this, and they'll keep quiet, right? But I also wanted to talk about the first picture here. The gender roles. You see that picture there? Huh? No one talked about the gender roles, but that also could be a challenge because when you get home, you start another unpaid work. You go to work for paid work, you go home for unpaid work. When someone is on the newspaper, I know, but some of them do cook, but we have a lot of domestic work that we do that is unpaid. So it's also one of the challenges that women have. You seem you want to differ with that? You can't. Okay. All right. And then we have this picture also. The comments, if you have looked at that picture on social media, the comments were bad. Where even say women should just stay away from football. For me, I looked at it and say we need support. We need nursing rooms in the stadiums for these women. But people are looking and say that we need to make sure that women are not in sports because we can't have women nursing babies during the game time. And we can also change the football 90 minutes to say, okay, for women, the halftime is more because they're going to nurse their babies anyway. These laws are done by people, right? Yeah, so we can advocate for that. To say that instead of 90 minutes, let's have 45-minute break for women to give them space to nurse and all those things. Okay. And then patriarchy is deeply rooted, we've talked about that, and it influences our daily lives, choices and actions, negatively impacting on women in leadership positions, and promoting physical activity as an aid for women's health and positions. And beauty. When we try to play sport, people look at us and say we want to keep a good figure. We want to to look good. It's not about sports. Whenever a woman goes into, they're looking at us to say, no, this one is not good enough for sports. She's here as a trophy. They look at us as flowers and trophies, right? And the women's leadership in sport remain invisible. I think that we know very well. And then stereotypical women as homebound caregivers. Girls are socialized into domestic roles at a very young age. And then hygiene and menstrual period for girls remain a challenge, especially in disadvantaged backgrounds or countries, right? These are a few challenges that women experience, and that is why we need advocacy. That is why we need to stand out and then use our voices. So why advocacy for women leadership? We need to plan our power and influence. We are here to plan our power. You know how powerful women are, and we are not using that power. We have the power. Kind of we are the ones who are cooking this food. There's the power there, don't you think? We cook the food, right? Let's use our power. Yeah. No, I'm not saying don't go and poison them, but I'm just saying, you know? Yeah. Okay. And also, there must be functional decision-making mechanisms in place for women in sport. That is why we need advocacy for women leadership. We need to have those functional decision-making mechanisms for women in sport. So without women in leadership, no one is going to be able to put those mechanisms in place. Let's take up leadership positions so that we can speak for ourselves. Nothing for us without us, right? Yeah. We need to provide women's perspective on issues relevant to women in sport. I know there are women who understand us, but they cannot understand us as much as we understand ourselves. So let's be there. Let's make sure that we advocate for women's leadership. Even when we are going to talk about action plan, you look at the committee that we are advocating to, and there are 7 men say, I'm here to talk about this women and sport action plan. But before I could say anything, let's have women in this committee who are going to be able to help you to drive the implementation of the action plan. That should be our starting point. Because like we said, nothing for us without us. So before we can even say this is the action plan, look at the people that we are talking to. And make sure that at least there are 2, 3, 4 women in that who are going to be able to say, no. This is how we look at it. This is how women feel. This is the reason why we need sanitary pads. Let them understand. There's one person who told us that as an athlete, one time she went to play. They had some games elsewhere, and she needed sanitary pads. The minute she came to the coach and said, I'm on my periods, the coach was calling an ambulance. We don't want that. We don't want an ambulance for our menstrual periods, right? We need sanitary pads, simple as that. So we need you to be educated on these things. We also need to generate demand for the implementation of government policies supporting gender and women and gender equality in women and sport. Some countries do have policies, but they're not implemented. Let's go back and advocate for implementation of those policies. We can't be coming here every 4 years and making some reviews of our strategies and everything when we haven't implemented anything yet. So let's talk about implementation yet. Let's go there and advocate for implementing of whatever we have. The declaration, all the statutes that we have, let's call for the implementations first, okay? We also need advocacy for women in leadership because we need to stop harmful policies that are affecting women. We need to stop those harmful policies that are affecting women. Being involved in advocacy strengthens your capacity and democracy. It provides for a productive outlet for creativity, for building self-esteem and self-confidence that we talked about, and help you develop essential skills and better links to the stakeholders and other communities. When you do advocacy, you're going to be able to grow your network, right? We are here right now. We are a network already. And if you need help with advocacy, you can call someone to come and assist you on whatever you want to advocate for. Some people have strength on probably presentations. Some would have strength in writing position papers. Some would have strength in organizing a march. So we are going to be able to look at our skills that we have and complement one another. We also need to start the advocacy for women leadership in our organization, but we also have to take that to communities, to our athletes, so that athletes can be retained in sport. They need to know that from being an active athlete, you can now go into leadership of sports. So that is also part of the advocacy that we need, so that we can be able to build all those links with stakeholders and with other sports communities. We also need to have women's voices heard on issues that are important to them. That is why we need advocacy on women leadership. Like I said, go back and do an audit of the committees that are there. Make sure that there are women there. Women are in leadership positions so that their voices can be heard on the important issues. We don't want you to be taken to the hospital for a mere thing like a menstrual period. We don't want those things, right? We also need to protect and promote women's sports and women's rights in sports. You need those protection. We need safeguarding in sport, and we can only do that through advocacy. We need to have women in sport views and wishes genuinely considered when decisions are made about their life. Genuinely considered. That is the key word. We don't want lip service. We want them to be genuinely considered. Even the media there, instead of, there's a picture that the lady has worn, but what are they interested in? The outfit. That is patriarchy talking here, right? That is what we are smashing right now through advocacy that we are going to be doing. Advocacy also allows us to address the origin and the cause of a problem, which I said is patriarchy, and there could be other problems. So through advocacy, we are going to be able to look into the cause of the problem and be able to address it from the root cause, not on the surface. And also advocacy brings you to the 4 issues that may not otherwise receive publicity or notice. There are so many issues that are happening in sports, sexual harassment, and they're not even getting any attention. So through advocacy, we are going to bring those issues on the table and be able to discuss them. Advocacy is helping us to continue the conversation around issues that are affecting women in sport. And also by educating through advocacy, we can change the mindset and influence policies. We are going to be changing the mindset. Some people are completely blank on gender equality issues, completely blank, but they're leaders. So it's our responsibility to go there and educate them and for them to understand why there is women in sport. These days there are men in sport, whatever, but they need to understand why there's women in sport, the origin, why we are here today. Understand, right? Advocacy allows for accountability. You advocate, then you go back to the same day to say, I was here yesterday. How far are you with my issue? I was here last week. How far are you with my, what have you done? Then if nothing has happened, you can take it a step further. You're not going to say, I talked to him, he didn't do anything, so I can't do anything. You need to make sure that you take the issue up until you get the answers, until you get what you need. So it also offers accountability because we need to hold our leaders accountable. We need to hold them accountable. It brings community cohesion as a result of positive social change. Right? That one is a straightforward. We need to make sure the decisions are made. Not yes and no, definitely not, well, maybe. You don't want maybe. You want a definite yes to our issues. We want someone to be able to listen and do the rest. We want to see change. When we go next year, we have the conference in Malawi. We need Malawi to present and say, after the conference in Joburg in 2022, this is what we implemented, and these are the changes. We need to see those changes, positive social changes. So how do you develop an advocacy plan? I'm just about to finish, don't worry. How do you develop an advocacy plan for women leadership? You need to understand this first. What do you want to change? That's the first thing. What do you want to change? Whom do you need to influence for you to be able to make that change happen? Who do you need to talk to? Who is the right person? Who has the power? Who is in the position that you need to be able to talk to? And how can you influence that person? You can imagine going to someone who's not even ready to talk to you. And maybe you have a friend who knows a friend who can be able to take you to that person. So you need to come up with strategies of how you are going to influence that person to be able to listen to you. What are the best methods to engage that person? These are the advocacy campaigns that I talked about. What are the best methods to be able to engage those people? And is a wider campaign or press release required? So you also need to be asking yourself those questions before you come up with a plan. Do you need a wider campaign, or is it a small thing that you can be able to have one-on-one, or you need a press release, or you need an online campaign, or you need a protest, something you need to be able to sit down first before you go and come up with those issues, answer the questions before you can develop your plan. What are your initiative needs from other stakeholders? Who are you going to involve when you do the plan? Because you need support when you are going to do your advocacy planning. So who are you going to involve? Is it someone in your country, someone outside your country, or you need someone to go there and view your voice? We are also learning to be able to use our voices. If you are not ready yet to say something, get someone who can be able to go there with you and support you and put your points across, then you can now take over. You are not going to force yourself to go and be in front of the minister or the president when you don't have anything to say. But if you have something, you can share with your colleagues, say, let's go and present this to the minister. You need all support that you can get for you to be able to do the advocacy. Yes, and then, oh, I need to look to point there, right? It's not moving to me. Okay, all right. Here's an example of an advocacy plan. You have your initiative name there. What do you want to change? Huh? You have to put it there. Then what needs to change? What are the objectives? In that thing that you want to change, what needs to be changed? If you're talking about safeguarding, what do you want to change on safeguarding? So you come up with objectives. Who do you need to influence? You list those people there. What do you need from those people? As you influence them, what do you need? Do you need a policy change? Do you need resources? Do you need money? What do you need from those people? And then, how can you influence them? What do you need to do to influence them? By whom? By when? What are the risks and how do you manage those risks when you talk to those people? Because when you advocate, you need to also be able to manage the risk in terms of you can have someone can oppose to what you are saying. So you need to be able to understand how am I going to deal with the opposition? Because opposition doesn't mean that you need to stop your advocacy. It means how am I going to manage this opposition? If someone is saying no to me, you are going back to the drawing board, right? To come up with a better strategy and go back and present your points again until you get what you want. So you also need to manage those risks. And then you monitor your successes. Make follow-ups. Go back to the same person. Go back to the same office. Go back. If you don't get answers, take the issue further until you get your answers, until you get your policy, until you get your funding, until you get your resources. That is what advocacy is about. Okay? What are the target audience analysis for advocacy? An audience analysis for advocacy should focus on the following: the level of knowledge about the advocacy issue. The level of knowledge about the advocacy. Is the target audience well informed or lacking accurate information? So that when you go there, before you start advocacy, you educate them, right? You need to know that where the level of education is in terms of the issue that you want to present. Is the level of agreement with the policy committee, is the target audience supportive, opposed, or neutral? You also, like I said, manage that. Understand that, are they opposed to the issue? Are they neutral? Are they in agreement? So that when you plan to know that if they ask this question, I'll be able to answer like this. If they ask this question, I'll be able to answer like this. And then from the point of view of the audience, what are some of the benefits or risks of supporting the objective of the advocacy campaign? What are the objectives, the benefits, and the risk of supporting your issue? You plan that way ahead before you do advocacy. You make that plan way before. You also imagine the audience that you are going to present to and make sure that you plan for the audience way before. And then what can the target audience do to address the problem or the issue? It's, like we said earlier, what do you expect them to do? So that when you go to them, you know what you expect from them. Because you can present and say, and then what do you want me to do? You can tell them, I need funding to go and do the work. Or I need a policy, or I need to review the policy. Or we need women. We need a quota, something, whatever issue that you are going to present. So you need to be able to know how your audience is going to be able to address the problems or the issues. So thank you. I'm going to stop here, but I have more time with you. So I'm going to take you outside this room on your high heels to play a game with you. This thing, okay? I have a question for you, so I wanted you to see the question before we go out. To me, I'm not getting it. Okay? We are going to practice advocacy, right? What would you say to your government? So I have a question here. Imagine you have an opportunity to talk to an influential government minister. You know you don't have much time with them. Actually, we never see them. They're ever busy and they're ever in the offices, and there's a protocol for you to see them, and you have to have a meeting a month before. So you have a few minutes with the minister. They have expressed interest in women and sports issues, but are not aware of the benefits. They have expressed interest in the action plan. They're not aware of the benefits. You are also working on that, implementing the action plan, aligning it well with the SDGs that your government or that ministry is targeting or is prioritizing. So how are you going to talk to the minister about that action plan, implementing that action plan? With a few minutes that we have, I want you to look at the example of the advocacy plan that we made and come up with ideas. How you are going to talk to the minister, how you are going to advocate, what type of campaign method you are going to use, and how are you going to use the little time with the minister, because we have a short time. So we have chairs outside that you can use. You can sit in groups, and I hope you are not going to sit in groups according to your countries. If you come from Botswana, make sure that there are no Botswana in the same group, because I want you to mingle and network and know each other. So you're going to sit down. You have only 20 minutes to discuss this in terms of how you are going to advocate for the implementation of the action plan and how you are going to bring in the SDGs that ministry is targeting to use. You can choose any SDGs and be able to bring them together with the action plan, or any issue on women and sport. Then after that, you are going to follow the design here, and come back and then we present. We'll choose a few people to come here as a panel and do the presentation, so that we see that whether we understood what advocacy is, how we are going to advocate when we go back. Are we together? We are at a time, it's stop apologizing time. Again, we are stopping to apologize for everything. So let's go out there and do the advocacy plan and smash patriarchy. See you after 20 minutes. Thank you. No, you're going to clap for me nicely, you know? Huh? Oh, there are group numbers here. Is the yellow one, right? Okay, you are going to follow the colors on your accreditation card. So if you are 1, you are going to sit with all the ones, yeah? You mean? Or you have, yeah, follow the cards here, and then make sure that you sit out there. And we also have the trustee members who are going to be able to help you around outside there, okay? Thank you. Okay, let's go out and join the groups. Yeah, let's join the groups. 20 minutes, we are back, okay? Yeah, I'll go back, yeah. You have 2 minutes to leave this room and 20 minutes to come back.
Two minutes passed already.
Let's move.
So you only have 18 minutes to be back. Ladies, let's move out quickly. You are now left with 17 minutes. You are left with 17 minutes.
Hello? Yeah, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check 1, 2, 2. Yeah, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check 1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check 1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. Bona kabaza? Yeah, but nena ngayon.
Hello?
Hi, welcome back.
Okay, thank you. So I was thinking probably we should arrange for focus groups where all the stakeholders are involved, and then we discuss.
Please wait. We will. We're just having people settle down here. We'll let you know when you can present.
Let's have a seat. Please, let's sit down. Hello, let's have seat. And if you've been appointed to present, please come forward. I have chairs for you here. If you are a presenter, please come forward. All the 4 presenters from the 4 groups. Presenters, come forward. You can have a seat. All right, we are going to start with the ones online. May I have your attention, please? We are running, we should be done by 11:30, so let's start now. Thank you. Okay. Let's go ahead. Shh. Okay. Online, may we have your presentation?
Good morning. As group 1, we discussed to say that once we meet the minister, we just talk to him or her that we can use sport as a tool to meet the United Nations SDG 4, which is gender equality through sport and through events and workshops. Like this month, we are trying to the activities which we are going to have, which is breast cancer awareness, and we'll be having those campaigns. And in these benefits, that will be empowering more women, and there will be more participation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're supposed to have another person here. The 4th group. We had 4 groups. Okay. Group 2, while we have another group online presenting, maybe have someone from group 2 coming up forward. Another group online, thank you.
Hello. From our group with Lesotho, Zimbabwe, and Namibia, I am Jimpoga Court of NPC Lesotho. We had missed the issue on SDG, so our presentation was not focused on SDG. However, what we want to discuss with the minister would be to prevent gender discrimination, because in other areas we have seen that in some countries, the CDMs, the women are not allowed to take positions of the CDMs. So this is the point that we have now. And also the other one was that there is no consistency coverage in sport where women are concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. We are getting the issues, but we also want to know the how part, okay? How are you going to make sure that you get the attention of that minister? What advocacy campaign you are going to be doing, okay? Yeah. We have another group, Lombe. Okay, is it the last one? The last group online, thank you.
Good morning. So we discussed, I think we had a minor miscommunication with some of my group members. So we raised an issue that we wanted to discuss. We would discuss would be regarding the social discrimination and stigmatization and women and girls, and that we would actually probably ask for a lot of media intervention and community drive that then works with community leaders and parents and people in the grassroots, in the family setups, to also support and raise the awareness of how the sport can actually be used to promote the healthy lifestyles and well-being of the girls and women, and also be used as a way to actually promote even careers for them as well, because in most cases in these setups, most girls and women are only led to participate as in sport as a recreational activity, not specifically as something that can actually give them a livelihood that they can sustain themselves and their families as well, and communities. So that's what we touched on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and the online community, they've done very well, and thank you, Lombe, for coordinating that for us. Thank you. You are back to the physical. The first group, or any group can just come. You can start.
I will not maybe mention the countries. I think it was most of the countries represented. So to the minister, we would advocate for an increase in participation of women and girls as per SDG 5 and SDG 3 as well, in terms of the benefits of sport when it comes to good health and well-being. We would also like to do this in alignment with global standards, and that carries not just women participation, but also young girls, in line with what the Pan-African Parliament is doing or the LOC is doing. And the SDG there is SDG 10, that speaks to reduced inequalities. Also on that note, increasing media coverage and PR for women achievements in administration and also in the, for the athletes as well, by consciously making an effort to make noise or increase visibility for achievements by women, and also changing the perceptions of women being the weaker sex, but as equally capable human beings. That also links to SDG 10. Then the last one is on SDG 8, around driving sustainability through development programs. So the Female Leaders of Tomorrow program, as part of that, to advocate for decent work and economic growth, equal pay as well for women that are either in administration or even as athletes, and including male participants as our champions to disintegrate the patriarchal structures that have been built over the years in our countries, to make sure that we reach a point of gender equity on all forums. Thank you.
How are you going to approach the minister?
Sorry?
How are you going to approach the minister? This is what you are going to say to him, but how? Over the phone?
No, we would need to write, highlight briefly, and then obviously ask for time to meet with him to go over the issues.
Morning. I'm representing Group 3. The approach that I will take will be like a one-on-one with the minister. And I will begin by actually telling the minister that women are in majority globally. And women are the best drivers for change. And then I'll try as much as possible to speak with the minister within the 3 minutes, like we have already held, that these people do not have time. So the 3 minutes that I'll have with the minister, I'll first of all speak on the SDGs that are in line with the promotion of women in participation in sports, and also how we can promote inclusion. So the first SDG that I'll speak with him is on the gender equality, that is SDG number 5. Achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. Believing that when we are empowered as women and girls, it's obvious that we are able to bring change and even show results. And then I'll also indicate some benefits on that one, like breaking the stereotypes. Not only that, increase self-esteem, because when one is empowered, definitely she has the self-esteem. Not only that, there will also be an element of inclusion, because as women in sport, we're not just looking at those women who do not have disabilities. We also promote participation of individuals with disabilities to participate in sport. And then I'll move to SDG number 10, that's reducing inequality within and among countries. As women in Malawi, we cannot work in isolation. We need to also partner with the other women in the continent and even globally. So that will also help women to fully participate in sport and also have the benefits such as, capacity building. For example, we are here in South Africa. This is part of capacity building. We have come from different countries. We have women from East Africa. They are here. Not only that, I'll also go to SDG number 17, which is partnership for the goals for sustainable development. We all know that sport is business. Sport is for peace and development. So if we are fully supported, then there will be peace in our countries and development in our countries. Mind you, ladies and gentlemen, it is a 3-minute conversation with the minister. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Lou Langa from South Africa, representing Group 4. Fortunate enough, within our midst, we had a minister. You did not see her, but she's here. So the minutes that we had with her was just to indicate within the blink of an eye, we used the opportunity and focus more on inclusion of women and girls in participation in leadership and also participating also in sports. And our focus was generic, but we dwelt more on the gender equality and also on poverty and alleviation of poverty. I think we linked SDG 4 and 5. And what we then said, it's what needs to change. We need to change the participation of women and girls in peri and in rural areas. We know in urban areas, things are happening, but we need to change what is happening in the rural areas and in the peri-urban. But what we also said is, in doing that, who are we going to make sure that happens? We then said we need to have an influence in the policies and legislations to increase the quotas. Yes, we know we do have the policies, they are there. But what we need to jealously guard is to say, we want them to be biased on women and girls, and also to make sure, if we say peri-urban and rural, what is happening about safeguarding down there? Are we looking at those girls? Because at rural areas that is not happening. So we looked at that. And then how can we influence that? We said that will also assist in reducing the cost budget and the number of girls falling pregnant. Because we know that these days it's even worse. A girl at 10 years can fall pregnant. But if all of them are involved in sports, they will be tired. They will not have time to do all that. And we then said, how will then manage the risk, competing interest with other areas, like your private sector or like your elections? That will be the competing interest. But however, we then said, in monitoring success, if the stadia can be increased, the building of the stadia be increased and be used, because at some point they are there. Hence, we said in rural. They are there in rural areas, but they are vandalized because they are not being used. So if we can go to an extent of saying, let there be active participation there of girls, then they will be used. Also, there will be a decrease in the childbirth or abortion that is caused by unplanned pregnancies by our young girls. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, so group one. So how we will approach the minister, I think the space of informally also approaching minister. So if we create a space to informally, whether it's at, we have the Netball World Cup coming up, and we also have other sport events. So I think the informal approach is also good, because then the environment is not so stiff and intimidating. So we spoke about the human justice system and how the SDGs, we touched on the health, 3, 5, 8, 16, and 17. So we spoke about the importance of sport and using sport as a vehicle or a tool to impact change within the SDGs. For example, within the health and the well-being, we spoke about the statistics and how sport is utilized as a vehicle for change, to eliminate obesity, as an example, for youth development, the impact on young persons and individuals, also specifically women and girls, and in the women and girls space, and how the development of certain policies, etc., in that space will then assist in the overall eliminating the injustices or imbalances within the human justice system. Then we also spoke about gender equality and how important it is to have a policy for women in sport. Also the policy focusing on specifically having women in the right spaces to voice. We spoke about if we don't have women in advocacy or advocates, then who is in speaking, like nothing without us or about us without us. We also spoke about how in the landscape of the media and also the patriarchal system, and how the mindset, influencing the mindsets in the system that's currently existing. Safeguarding came through very strongly, and the importance of safeguarding. So I think the overall is having women in leadership positions actually it's important. We should look at the education and training of women to raise their voices, to know that they can become the role models and advocates for change. The benefits of what we spoke about is a healthy nation is important, and so having focusing on sorry, my train of thought just went. So healthy nation it could be the focus, and it is important also to provide safe spaces for women and girls, and that's where the safeguarding came in again. And then for to provide safe spaces for women to engage, and the importance of the policy overall and having women in leadership overall. And again, coming back to the SDGs, I think it was SDG 17, which also speaks about the partnership for goals and sustainability. So yeah, we cut across all of them. And again, the time period didn't allow for, but I think we cut across all of them. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for them. Thank you to all the 7 groups. Right? There are 7, with the 3 online. Thank you, but what we also need to focus on is not only on the issues. We need to come up with one specific issue. So that the minister, we have 3 minutes, right? So that you don't confuse minister with safeguarding, come up with one issue. Also, you need to grab minister's attention. Linking this with SDGs was to say, he understands SDGs better. It's something that is related to the ministry. So speak his language so that his or her language, so that they can relate to the issue immediately. They don't have to feel like that you bring something completely away from the usual work. Make sure that you link that with the minister's day-to-day work so that he can immediately understand what you want to do. Also, some of you talked about increase. Give him the numbers. We have 7 women, we want 4 on top. We have 40%, we want 50. Give him the numbers so that he knows what he's dealing with. Immediately, tell him what you want, and then go to the benefits after making sure that this is going to benefit us and you in this particular way. But thank you so much. You also need that energy when you advocate, because he needs to feel that you are content with what you are going to say. The energy, the confidence, that is what makes you a very good advocate. It's called an epic advocacy. You need to be that epic. Work within, you don't have 30 minutes to come here and present. We have only 3 minutes. Thank you so much for your time and thank you for cooperation. Thank you.
Let's continue clapping for them as they go down. Thank you, ladies. Thank you very much, Ms. Hame, our IWG board member. Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause for that wonderful presentation. As she was talking, you remember, she didn't say anything about the arrogance. She didn't say anything. She's talking about stressing the point, and because in Southern Africa, we are known about the Boto in my language and Ubuntu. So that's what women carries as the mother of the nation. And the intrinsic part of a woman is the inner beauty, not the outside. Let's give a round of applause. And thank you very much for the advocacy. Topic women and sport leadership, advocacy for women's leadership. Now we are going to take break. I'm giving you only 15 minutes. 15 minutes. You can take your coffee and come back so that you are not late. Otherwise, you have to leave your coffee so that we can welcome our next speaker who will be talking about leadership skill and competency for advocacy. So let's take a quick break and come back in 15 minutes. Thank you. participants. I hope you also had a tea break. I can still hear some noise. Please check for me if they can come in, or we close the door so that we can start. Please remember that we have to keep time, even over lunch. We have to make sure that we keep time so that we are able to not pressurize ourselves through the discussions. Thank you very much for coming back. But before we start, I would like to recognize the SASCOC First Vice President, Ms. Lwandile Simelane. You are welcome, and thank you very much for your presence. This morning we are talking advocacy. Oh, okay, yes, that will do. She's our host. Thank you very much for that clap. And this morning we are talking advocacy. As before our break, we were having the advocacy for women leadership by Ms. Khame Mutibi. And now we have a topic under leadership skill and competencies for advocacy that will be done by Ms. Teboho Lebotse Sebeho. Ms. Teboho Lebotse Sebeho, she is currently the Vice Chairperson of Botswana National Sport Commission. Before her appointment as the BNSC Vice Chairperson, Sebeho served as the President of the Botswana Netball Association, also the Africa Netball President, and was also the board member of the World Netball. And among her list of achievements during her reign as Botswana Netball Association President, Botswana went on successfully to host the 2017 Netball World Youth Cup. Let's give her a round of applause. So South Africa, you have a challenge. You are hosting. Botswana successfully hosted the 2017 Netball World Cup, and we would like to have that also for South Africa. Let's welcome Ms. Sebeho to come and give us her presentation. She's also my boss.
Good morning. Malibu failed to mention that she's my president. As the president of Botswana Netball Association, she's my president. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, my name is Teboho Lebotse Sebeho. I know that people tend to find my surname very, very long. When I got married for the second time, I decided that I'll keep my name and put my husband's name at the end from my maiden name. But I also didn't want to put a dash. You know, normally we put a dash in between the names. So I decided that this is how I wanted my name to look like. Lebotse Sebeho with the names together. But the government refused and said that it does not comply with the systems that they had in place at that time. So I waited 2 years for them to fix that system because I didn't want a dash in between my name and my husband's name. And the best they could do is to separate the two names and have Lebotse space Sebego. So my name is Tebogo Lebotse Sebego. I think that's advocacy, to wait for government to change its processes, to get the identity that you feel comfortable with, that you can wear in your skin. As introduced, I'm the Vice Chairperson of the Botswana National Sports Commission, and I'm going to be talking to this topic of leadership skills and competency for advocacy. And should we closer? Okay. And before I do that, I looked at our topic for this conference. It's about sustainability for gender equity. It is about us as people involved in women in sports having a sustainable conversation around making sure that we take up space from a leadership point of view, from an inclusion point of view. And I'll just play this video. I'm sure you've seen it before. Acknowledging Nike for the video. Sound, please.
If we show a movie. Yeah.
Basically, what this video shows is about how it's been hard for us as women to participate in sports. It showcases the example of Caster Semenya. It exemplifies Serena Williams and how she had to work hard to be who she is. It talks about the first woman who wanted to run a marathon and she was not allowed to run a marathon because she's female. So it's about saying we are going to have to have consistent in this conversation. I can hear myself. for women in Africa, in the Region 5. And this is a picture from the internet on what comes up, what synonyms comes up when you talk about leadership. About listening, it is about being honest, it's about appreciation, it's about commitment. But I chose to speak to 4 issues, which are purpose, values, integrity, and humility. And I'll demonstrate why I picked up those 4 out of all these elements that make the face of leadership. Purpose. This is a thing that is now trending, especially in corporates. Corporates are now moving towards identifying their purpose, their existence beyond making money. What do they exist for? And when you talk about sustainability, that's where the conversation is going. The why behind the what. So defining a purpose as a leader is very, very crucial. And it's something that sometimes you don't even think about. Why am I doing this? Why should I do this? And purpose is defined as that little thing, that little red in between those different areas. And I believe that my purpose insofar as the Netball World Youth Cup 2017 was involved, was driven by several things. Do I love it? Absolutely. I love netball with all my heart. I've given netball 35 years of my life. I'm not going to give away my age, but 35 of those years were dedicated to being a netball player and administrator. Am I great at netball? Yes, I am. I captained both the national team, under 21, and senior national team. Ended up being the president of Botswana Netball Association, African Netball, and sitting in the board of International Netball Federation. So from loving it, it is definitely my passion. From being great at it, it is still definitely my passion. Was I paid for it? Am I paid for it? Absolutely. And when I say payment, I'm not looking at money. What did I get from netball? I was able to learn so many things from leadership, from teamwork, from being a team player. I learned to be determined. I learned to be responsible. These are all the areas that defines leadership. But most crucially, I was able to make friendships in netball. The people that I call my friends right now, all of them, I met them through netball. Did the world need it? I didn't know this. When I started playing, when I became president of Botswana Netball Association, I didn't know if the world needed netball. I was just playing netball, and I stumbled into leadership. I didn't plan to become the president of Botswana Netball Association. I stumbled into it. So it became clear why netball, why the drive, why the craziness. This only became clear in 2009 when an idea was planted that Botswana could bid to host the Netball World Youth Cup. So 2009, I knew the purpose. The purpose was that I was going to lead the conversation for Botswana to bid and host the Netball World Youth Cup. Botswana needed it. Africa needed it. Why did Africa need that? We needed to change the narrative around leadership in Africa, women leadership in Africa, especially for netball. By that time, the world of netball had given up on netball in Africa. We were considered unorganized, disorganized. So it was only a few countries that are doing well, South Africa, Botswana, Malawi, but the rest of Africa was not part of the international netball community. So the world needed to see what Africa was capable of. And indeed, we got the Netball World Youth Cup and we hosted it. And now South Africa got the main cup and they're hosting it. So the purpose was to start this movement. I'm going to own that purpose. Call me gullible, call me naive, but it has to make a reason. There has to be a reason why I did that for 35 years, why we did that, why we're still doing this. The next element that I'll speak to is about values. Region 5 has values. No, what are the values for Region 5? Anybody? What are the values for Region 5? Just one. Region 5, what are our values? Excellence. Which one? Fun. I like that one. Really? Nice. Okay. But do we define our values as people, as an individual? Do you have values? Do you have your own personal values? Have you sat down and thought about what are my values? Like consciously, not subconsciously, that I don't do that, I don't do this, I stand by this, but consciously sitting down to define these are my values and why. I think we need to do that more as people. I think we need to do that more as leaders. And these are the values that come up when you Google sports and values. The values are encouragement, respect, teamwork, honesty, friend. So I'll share with you what my values are. And I only did this 2 years ago. When COVID hit and you had to introspect about, will I be alive? Will I be there? I sat down and said, what are my values? What do I stand for? So my values, the first one is the truth. I want to operate with the truth. But I have to recognize that there's my truth, there's your truth, then there's the truth. And the truth does not need defending. It speaks for itself. So as I speak my truth and you speak your truth, we must all be conscious that the truth will speak for itself. So first value, truth. Justice. I don't know if you come from being a woman or an African, maybe. But I want to live in a just and equitable world. I want to be rewarded for my hard work. And I want the next person to be elevated for that hard work. And happy. That's my core value, happy. I cannot exist in an environment where I'm not happy. I need happy. Because one, I think happy keeps you young, gives you better life, longevity in life. So please, if you have not defined your values, take the time to ask yourself, what are your values? The next element I want to speak about is integrity as a trait for good leadership. And with this one, there's no substitute. There is no substitute for integrity. And especially as for women in leadership, we need to take this value with us everywhere we go. The world needs integrity. Sports needs integrity. If there's something that is compromising the integrity of sports right now, is lack of integrity. And these are the elements that contribute to that. And I'll speak to this one, governance and compliance, lack of governance and compliance. And this one, the people who have bad intentions love it. Because if there are no controls, they get to do anything and everything that they want. They bank on having no governance tools to hold them accountable. So this is something that we really, as a region, has to be an example for. And I would like to applaud netball, international netball, for this value of integrity. I think they received an award from the Sports Accord as one of the sporting codes that upholds integrity, especially around child protection. Because if you don't do this, racial discrimination will never end, corruption will thrive, violence and harassment will escalate, match fixing, oh Lord, this is the worst type, trampling on integrity. Because we mold players. They go there and they want to win because they've earned it. And as the officials, we are moving, playing around. The players just want to play and win. You want your child to become the winner because she has earned it, not because somebody has manipulated the results. So this is something that we really need to guard against as leaders. The last point is humility. And I chose this one intentionally. And I've got a code. This is a personal code what I learned from sports leadership, especially netball leadership, to remain humble before those who wish me success, but even more humble before those who wished me failure. Because you need those who want to wish you failure to be humble to them, to learn why, the why. Why? And in the words of Michelle Obama, when they go low, you go up, you go higher. So the lower they go, the higher you go. You hold on to the principles of justice. I hold on to the principles of integrity and say, yes, you may wish me harm, but I will make it, because there are a lot more who wish me well. This quote is the most relevant for me in terms of what humility is about. It would be very unwise to own your own wisdom. It is healthy to be reminded that the strongest minds will weaken, might weaken, shall weaken, and the wisest might err. To err is to err is human. So that's humility, understanding that you are not the solution in yourself. And you have to look externally and both internally for success. Now, I'm going to touch very briefly on advocacy because Jaime has went to town with this topic. And I've picked this from our ambitions when we hosted the Netball World Youth Cup in 2017 of what we wanted to achieve. And I'm going to take you through a small journey around this. But maybe before I go there, on the aspect of advocacy, I want to share with you about a campaign that happened back in Botswana. I'm not sure how many of you are aware of it. 2017, the elections, Bokgoni Fela, 2017, yes. Botswana National Sports, or the Botswana Olympic Committee hosted their elective congress. In the history of Botswana, the BNOC has never been led by a woman. At any point before then, not more than 2 women had been in that committee. So it was a domain of men, and it was normal. So a few brave women got together and said, we're going to poke Patricky in the eye. So we came up with a campaign. I think there were 5 or 6 women who stood for elections. Not a single man in that campaign, in that team. 6 women who said, we are going to stand for elections, from the president to the additional member. We're not going for the vice president only or the additional member. We're going for the presidency. God, Patricky was angry. They were so mad at us, and they asked, but why don't you have men in your team? Why not? Why not? Where have you ever heard a campaign being criticized for not having men? Why not? We said we wanted to prove a point, we wanted to make a conversation around this, and we managed to have a conversation. So for that campaign period, the media was going crazy around this campaign. Those who wished us wrong, oh, they went for us. They talked about how we dress. Apparently, I'm not supposed to be a leader because I love wearing short skirts. And they went to us not as leaders, but they went to us as women and wives. They wanted us to submit to them. So no, we submit at home. At the board table, we don't submit. We are leaders. We are equal. Boy, but what we saw is Patricky knows how to organize. The boys' club organized. They got together. It was beautiful to, okay, not good for us as women leaders, but it was beautiful to see how they organized. They got together and went for us. At the end of the day, from our team, only one person got into the committee. She got into the committee because they needed her skills. She was a lawyer. For us, that was a big trump. They needed a lawyer in the committee. So now they were thinking beyond the small things. They were having an intelligent conversation. They needed somebody to look at governance and all those constitutions to be able to ensure that they're compliant. So they got a lawyer from us. But now they wanted to batter, to be seen that they're inclusive. So from the other teams, they picked a few women in there. What did you achieve? For the first time in the history of Botswana, we had more women at the BNOC than we've ever had. So they sang praise that they'd won, and we said, we have not won. Justice has won. We now have 4 women in that committee, and we've never had that. And that is a great feat, because they focus on the smaller picture. They focus on the faces and the people behind the campaign. And they forgot that we did not care whether you brought Teboho in, for as long as you brought Hame in, it's women winning. So that is a conversation that we had around advocacy. The last example around advocacy that I want to speak to is around the Netball World Youth Cup. Please bear with me. Talking is hard work. So, as I mentioned earlier, I never really planned to be the president of Botswana Netball Association. I did not want to be the president of Botswana Netball Association because I knew the amount of work that it required. And I just finished being a player, and I wanted to retire, and I wanted to go start a family, go back to school, and do all those things. But Netball called me back and asked me one question. If you don't take up the role, who should? The people who came before you, you owe them something to continue their legacy. And the people that will come after you, you need to teach them what those leaders taught you. So I got back. I was wet behind the ears. I had no idea how to do sports politics. I was coming there with the mentality of a player. And as a player, you train hard, you do your work, and the coach picks you. That's it. You don't have to lobby and advocate and do all those things. But when you step into leadership, now you have to wear different shoes. And I didn't know how to wear those shoes. I just knew how to wear sneakers and get into a court. Now I had to do this and wear heels and talk to people. Boy, the first 2 years were hard. And the media went for me. They went for me. And the one thing that I failed to do in the first 2 years was to take my learnings from my professional life into sports. Because in my professional life, I work in communications and PR, I do media management. But I failed completely the first 2 years to apply those principles to the other side. But it became better. Then 2010, we went to Cook Islands. And Cook Islands was hosting the Netball World Youth Cup. For those who know Cook Islands, it's a very small island. By then, it had less than 10,000 people. So the idea was built in. If they can host it, why can't Botswana host it? 2009. So I had to come back. There's 2 of us. There was 2 people from my board then going there. So now we have to come back and sell it to our own board members. And they were not convinced. We can't. No, what? No. But we showed them the numbers. Cook Island had done it. Smaller economy, 10,000 people. That team is relatively as good as ours, so we can do this. They bought it. The harder part came to sell it to the commission. We finally managed to sell it to the commission. Even harder. Now sell it to government to say that we can do this. We have what it takes to do this. So, in that time, when we're going through all the emotions of trying to get people to come together to support the Netball World Youth Cup, we dropped many balls, many balls. We dropped many balls. But the universe has a way of working itself out. The universe knows when you need something. In 2010, we came to South Africa, Pretoria, and Region 5 actually called that meeting. Yes, Region 5 called that meeting for netball, because netball was the problem child for Region 5. We were disorganized. We could not get ourselves organized. So Region 5 called us to a meeting in South Africa and said, get into a room, I think there were about 10 countries, speak your issues out, and elect your leadership. I went to that meeting, I was heavily pregnant, and in that meeting, one of the ladies, and there was no planning. You know, with women, we really don't plan much. You know, we don't canvass before, we don't have conversations of how we're going to approach this. So somebody will just come to you and say, you should stand for president. So Joan Smith came to me, she was with, I said, why? Because I talk too much. She says, no, you can do this. So I sent my husband, they're asking me to, and he says, as always, you are questioning yourself. And we do that a lot as women, we question ourselves. Go for it. Put up my hand, boom, I'm the president of Africa Netball. I have no idea. I can barely keep up with Botswana Netball Association. Now I'm taking on a responsibility for it. I had no idea what I was doing. But guess what? The universe knew. Because by getting into Africa Netball, it meant I got into the table for World Netball. Now I can sit at that conversation, in those conversations, and influence the narrative. And what World Netball needed to hear then was that Africa has capable leaders. Africa can organize, can administer. And now, 2013, they have to make a decision about the bid. And they cannot hold us to, we're not organized. No, they can't have that narrative anymore. Because we've been able to demonstrate what we're doing, the programs that are ongoing. So they had no choice to give us the Netball World Youth Cup. So that's the universe playing in our favor to ensure that we have representation at that table that makes the decision for Botswana, for Africa, to get its first international competition from netball. And this was the first international competition, world international competition. So we got that. It's great. We got it. Now you have to deliver. Go back home. Botswana is excited. Somebody talked about sabotage when the gender that we love so much refused to play my video. So we go back, and now we have gotten government commitment. Remember, you can't go bid without government commitment. We got it. But because of our issues, there's so much movement in government. The minister that you spoke to and gave you the blessing is not the minister that you come back to with the bid document. So you have to start the conversation from beginning. And some of them will say, where do you give permission? And this is what I'll say, keep records. Every single paper, keep it. I've got lots of record. So we were able to pull the letter from the minister, the then minister, that support, and say, here you are. Government has supported this, so it's on you. You are only here to push the baton further. So we had to start the conversation. I think we went through about 3 ministers, to start the conversation over and over again. So 2016, a year out, I think we only got the financial budget from government in 2015, if I'm not wrong, 2 years out, or maybe it was in 2016. So even though government had committed that they'll support, they haven't put the number to how much are they going to put in. So I think we only got that in 2016, so that's a year out. By then, it's already late from a planning point of view. So what I realized then was there was a bit of dragging of feet from the organization that I now represent, this one. They were dragging their feet. And I could see that they were not properly briefing the minister, or not equitably briefing the minister. So now it was viewed like netball is doing this, or Tebogo wants to run this as her own thing, blah, 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 blah. So the minister was now also, what did Hamed call it? When you go easy, go slow. So they're going slow on us. And we can see these guys are going slow on us. And it's 2016, so we have to host the qualifiers. It's a requirement by the World Netball. You host qualifiers, and you have to show that you can host the main event. Otherwise, they take the event from you. 2016, was there an election year in Botswana? Was 2016 an election year? Bakaya Botswana, why are the Botswana in this group? 2014, 2019, okay, 2016, but it was election year for the ruling party. It's 2 years out. It was election year for the ruling party. Then the then minister, we can see that he's also just, Yeah, they are with us, but they're not really with us. So the 2016 qualifiers were hosted in Botswana. We had about 9 countries participating, and we had an official opening. And the minister said, you couldn't come. What do you mean you can't come? You are the Minister of Sports. And you couldn't come because they had a political thing that day, and he was going to celebrate with his party. And by then, you have to look at different things to do to get the results that you want. So, what did we do? We went to the streets on the minister. Went to our patron then, who was a member of parliament, also a minister. And we just told her, we don't feel that you are supported here. We've done this, but this is what is happening. Lo and behold, she understood the boys' club better than we did. And she said, hold on. You need a guest of honor? Yeah, I'll find you one. She called another minister, who was then the IWG patron, Mama Khato. She said, you are relevant. 2018 is coming. This is women things, it's a build-up. You're going to be the guest of honor at this event to help netball. Mama Khato said, where's the minister? And she said, boys club. She says, okay. So, you've got a guest of honor. And then she says to me, who do you know? Who can you influence in politics, in positions of power? Called all the ministers that I know and assistant ministers and invited them to the event. What am I doing? I'm placing them where their colleague who's supposed to be there is not there. We had about 5 ministers. Then we went a little dirty, invited the leader of the opposition to the qualifiers, invited the vice president's wife, now president, the first lady. We knew that she was going to be first lady. So come opening day, the stadium is full. We've got ministers there, we've got influential people, we've got leaders of the opposition. Our minister is not there. So the next morning when they were in parliament, they were asking him, Tibbs, where were you? We had your event. We got a call the next week from the minister. The minister is calling us, nice. And he called us for a meeting to have a conversation of how can he help us? Now the narrative has changed. How can he help us? Okay. Say, you know what? Let's not celebrate too early. You never know this boys' club. They may just dribble us. So to the meeting, in our committee, there happened to be Is audio on? In our committee, Malibu, if you tell him you are dead. In our committee, happened to be an ex-girlfriend of his. Said, we are taking her to the meeting. I could want to speak money, finance. So as you were saying, Honorable Minister, she was saying, hi Tips, how are you? We got our money. We got our money. So ladies and gentlemen, really that brings me back to the end of the presentation. We wanted to achieve those objectives. We wanted to deliver a world-class event. The video, if it plays, you get to decide if it was a world-class event. We wanted to enhance the netball brand in Botswana. I can tell you now, my 5-year-old, she was 5, now she's 9, is still asking, when is hashtag Rabaza coming back? When is the netball world? She still remembers. So I think we managed to do that because we were able to get the brand into children. We want to extend the Botswana brand to the world. We are a powerhouse in netball. We are. We want to deliver a lasting legacy for Botswana. Crucially, we want to deliver a commercially successful event. And we didn't manage that in terms of profitability. But if you look at the strategic partnerships that we're able to bring to netball for the first time, commercially we are successful. We now build onto that. So, we also wanted to profile women's sports in Botswana. So I'm really hoping that this video will play. If not, now they're switching it off completely. Come on, gentlemen.
I'm only living life to the fullest. I can see the difference. I'm improving day in and day out. I'm doing the most from the team. Ologo to Copello. Kalija Parana, Buta Parane, Chava Chava Poa, Aditi Bane, Gabuera, Hurupa Jaco Tupe, Gagesalewan, Wabukuwe.
We were delighted to bring the Netball World Youth Cup to Gaborone and Botswana as part of our development plans for international netball. We're really keen to see netball growing throughout Africa. It's already the #1 sport for women and girls in Africa. We have countries such as South Africa, where over 2 million women and girls play netball, and now we're growing throughout the rest of the continent. It's a great place for growth of netball, and we're delighted to be here.
This is such a wonderful thing for us. You know, we are known as a country that is trying to drive its tourism to the highest level, and sport is one of those sectors that we actually use, you know, to promote tourism in the country. So we are very happy that INF did manage to approve our bid.
It's been fantastic. It's been so good to just be out there mixing in with people on the live stream, getting the really positive feedback, seeing the people from this local place and city of Gaborone has just been fantastic. So we've really enjoyed it. It's been probably one of those experiences that you never get again.
The coverage has been brilliant. So Botswana Television, our host broadcaster, have been working in partnership with Sena Sport and QTV to live stream the games around the world. And we've done a social media first program so that it's going out through our Facebook pages and our members' Facebook pages. And I know we're going to have viewers from around the world watching all through the night today while the games go on here. Australia, New Zealand. We're up to 2 million views now worldwide, which is terrific that we're bringing netball to the fans.
I mean, the arena was full on most days, and there was chanting, there was support for all the teams. I think the world got to see a bit of our culture, a bit of who we are as a people, and that we're very warm, we're very welcoming, and we're very kind people.
Thank you. Yes, I'm done. I have a seat. Oh, okay. Cool.
Wow, let's give a round of applause to Ms. Tebogo Lebotse-Sebego. Mr. Montoya, I don't know what you give your women leadership in Southern Africa, but you are doing something good. A round of applause to you also. Mr. Tebogo Lebotse-Sebego talked about the values, the integrity, compliance, and I just melted when you talked about humility and advocacy. So men must watch out. Women are tricky. You can see the example that she gave for the advocacy. But we are very proud to have that kind of leadership, and we keep on saying, let the journey continue as we continue to be the Africa leading sport in the region, and through innovation and excellence. I don't know if there's anyone online, and now we are going to have time for questions. And before I give you those who are physically present, let's give the time to those who are online to check if there are any questions that you would like to share or even comments after this wonderful presentation from Mel Lebotse-Sebego. Are there any ones online? While we are waiting, I give to the floor the questions that you would like to have. But please remember that you have the microphone next to you so that those who are online who would like to have the translation can be able to also hear. Yes, over to you, my lady in red.
Okay. Thank you so much for your very well brought out presentation. We really appreciate that. I just have one question for you. In all your journey that you've gone through, how is your mental health affected? And I think another topic that we actually would love to see and talk about is women and mental health in sport. Can you give us a bit of a few tips around that?
Yep. Do you want me to speak to that? That's a very important topic. And because men are not very, they can't listen to sensitive issues. But one of the painful moments for me was in 2016 or 2015, 2016. I actually had a miscarriage. And I blame netball completely for that. It was too much. I was stressed. I had so much to deal with. And I didn't have enough support psychologically to actually manage that. And I would say we need to watch out for our mental health and leadership because it'll eat at you. Fortunately, my husband is a sports person and he comes from that sport that knows all the tricks, football. So he was able to help me maneuver around the politics. I remember in 2017, when the game started, somehow we sent the program for the day to the ministry. When it came back, my name was not in the program. I was not speaking at that event. I decided that I'm not speaking at the event. And I sat there, I said, it's a netball event. I'm the president of Botswana Netball Association. Oh, I'm the president of Africa Netball. Oh, I'm also in the board of World Netball, but I'm not going to speak at this event. So all these men are going to line themselves and speak at this event. Why would they do that? And I crumbled. And I said, I did something that we do as women. I said, you know what? Doesn't matter. Bottom line is, we did it. Then I got home, was posting to my husband, you know what? They can do whatever you want. Bottom line is, netball will be played. And he looked at me and he said, wow, this is why we win every time against women. Do you really think if there was a football event, they'll take me out of he was the president of football then. Do you think they'll take me out of the program? Do you really think they would? I said, no, they wouldn't. I said, exactly. They're counting on you quitting. They're counting on you saying no. He says, who's running the program on the day? Aren't you the president of Botswana Netball Association? Isn't this your event? Put yourself back into the program and then go and speak. So you need support because, it's very tough. Thank you for that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Another question there?
Yes, please. I'm Nawandi Shuta from the Badminton Confederation Africa. So we are here really as the women from in that group and also from our international federation, there's a representative. My question, and I don't think it's really just for you, but it's also for Hami earlier, when we talk about advocacy. I have a feeling that we are not saying, we are not explicate enough about advantages of women leadership, about why women should be participating in sport, and therefore when we go for advocacy, we now have to work really harder. Whereas by showing and by being very explicit about what it is that sport can give, when a young woman like yourself who was a player gets that experience, you are going to become, and you are now becoming a big leader for that country. These are the examples that we need to send out there for the leaders, for the politicians to see. Otherwise, we are going to be talking and talking every time. Let's profile our women in our countries and in Africa and send it out there to show what the women are capable of doing. Thank you.
I think absolutely, Mama. And I think that's something we must take on as Region 5 from our research point of view. As I was researching this topic, I tried to Google top women sports leaders. The only thing that was coming up was athletes. There was nothing about, not to say they're not leaders, but I expected to see Christine from Zimbabwe in there. And all I wanted to see more women that have done so well in Africa. So I think from a research point of view, that's a topic that we should take up. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much. There's another question.
Okay, greetings. First of all, I want to commend you for the presentation. It was very, for me, I was very moved actually. The values is something that I've never thought about, but starting from today, I shall. Yes. So my question is, so basically you spoke about the different things that were achieved as a result of your leadership and the different things that you did, bringing different leaders, the opposition leaders, the main leaders into your meetings and getting that voice out there. So I wanted to ask, in terms of like advocacy, what are some of the smaller wins and successes that you achieved? And then as organizations, how can we sustain that? So that it's not a situation where it's a once-off thing and then after that it just, nothing happens.
Yeah. You know, that's a topic that brings about a very crucial conversation that we need to have from sustainability of sports leadership. We need to have a moving continuum success. So what normally happens is we go up and down. We go up and down, and well, it's not just for us as Africans. Most countries will also show that when you reach your top in success, the next few years you literally dribble down. So one of the things that we could have done better was to sustain the success. But I think we are coming up now trying to sustain the success. One of the things that we really wanted to do was to build a sports complex for Botswana, because what we used was the university complex, and that came up with so many challenges. But I think for me, instead of saying what did we do that is sustainable, is what could we have done better as a continuum. We need to continue building on the success of where you have done well and learn from a mistake and then come back. I don't know if that answers you, but for us, it has really been about the challenge of maintenance and sustaining. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I just saw another hand. We still have a bit of time. I will just give another hand there.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
I speak Portuguese now, please.
You'll need to get to your earphones, channel 1, so that you can get the translation right.
Parabéns. Parabéns, Madam President. But Angola, Madam President. Ok. Parabéns. Neste momento, quem vos fala é a Ana de Angola. E eu quero dizer aqui que pode não estar reportado, mas que Angola, neste momento, tem 3 grandes ministras, grandes campeãs africanas. Não está relatado, por isso pode não ter encontrado. Mas, atualmente, a antiga ministra dos Desportos, a nossa irmã Paula Sacramento, agora é ministra das Mulheres, Equidade de Gênero e Ação Social. A campeã africana Palmira Barbosa é atualmente a nossa ministra do Desporto e a Juventude. E a vice-ministra, secretária de Estado, Deputy Secretary, Madame Teresa, também do Desporto. A deputada para o Desporto é a antiga presidente da Associação das Mulheres no Desporto. Todas elas saíram da Associação das Mulheres no Desporto. Era só a minha contribuição e dizer que também temos ganhos. Também temos tido ganhos. A nossa luta é grande, mas há ganhos também. Mas precisamos de reivindicar aquilo que são os nossos direitos. Sim, isso vamos continuar a fazer. Obrigada.
Absolutely. And I think this is something that is being reiterated. Let's blow our own horns. Let's go to research. Let us publish on our achievements.
Thank you very much. I will take the one at the back.
Good morning. Well, it's good afternoon. I thought it was still good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Zonia Ntabana. I'm from Malawi. Two are comments and one is a question. The first comment is, I think one of the biggest things that we need to learn as women is, you've talked about the inability for us to work together, creating the girls' club, like the boys' club. The inability for us to create the girls' club is what is giving us all these problems. And when we also create the girls' club, we also discriminate within the girls' club. So the boys don't discriminate. If you're married, unmarried, it doesn't matter, it's a boys' club. For us, we kind of discriminate as well. So that's something I wanted to highlight, that as women, we need to learn what it is to be in the boys' club. And what are the rules of the boys' club? And I think that's the biggest issue for us in terms of leadership, because that's why we're unable to, when we see, boys will see an opportunity, if they know somebody within their club can do it, they will holler at you until you do it. They will pester you. Zonia, have you applied? Have you applied? Have you applied? Have you applied? They will even do it and say, we sent it on your behalf, if they have your CV. We don't do that as women.
Yeah.
The second thing I wanted to indicate is, I think sometimes also attending to the issues when they tell us. I remember there was an issue in Malawi where women were complaining we're not part of there's a 60-40 racial issue in our public appointments law, the gender equality law. And women were saying, look, you're not appointing the 60% if it's women and they're 40% men, or 40% men, 60% women. Where is it? And somebody said, but you're not in the system. You know what our Human Rights Commission did? They called for the women to send in their CVs, to create a database. Somebody also needs to be out there, whoever is in charge of our gender issues nationally needs to take us on board as women. And it's important that our gender machinery needs to be very good, because if the gender machinery is good, it will cut across, including into sports. Lastly, I would have loved to hear from you, being a woman who's been in leadership, on how you handle the multiple roles that women play. And it is very important for the younger generation to understand the multiple roles that women play. It's just not being a wife, it's not being a mother. It's also being a caretaker. You're the first one people call to for almost everything in the family. So that, I would want them to hear from your experience, because you have a plethora of issues that you've had to go through. It will be interesting for the younger generation and others who are aspiring to hear how you manage that and still maintain your leadership position.
Thank you very much for that. One of the things that I keep saying is that I'm very selfish as a person. I'm extremely selfish. Rule number one, if I need to be, I'll give you an example. When we went to Scotland in 2013, when the bid was going to be announced, I had just had a baby. Okay, I've got many babies, but now I'm sure you figured out I've got a lot of children. So I just had a baby, and it was important that I'm in that meeting, at least for the initial conversations. They could exclude me from the decision-making process, but I needed to be there for the board meeting. I just had a baby, and my baby had been born 10 days. The baby was only 10 days old. So according to our culture, I was supposed to be, and I just remarried. And so my husband really didn't know me that much. So I said, wow, what am I going to do? I need to be a mother, but I need to be in that meeting. And I looked around and said, this baby has a father. Oh, it's got a grandmother and bigger sisters. I'm going. So I left. I received a lot of talk. How do you leave a 10-day-old baby to go and do, in our Setswana, sports is called motamiko, it's called playing. To go and play. Literally, I left a 10-day baby to go and play. So I said, I'm going. I left because I needed to be there. I had to be there. So one, you have to be very selfish as a woman, very, very selfish. Put yourself first. And the other one is to know which hat to wear when. As I said with Bokoni Fela, they wanted to talk to us like their wives. No, they were not they're not our husbands in the boardroom. So you can't expect me to be submissive to you in the boardroom. I'm not submissive to you. I'm an equal. We speak issues. And if I'm able to elevate my conversation, improve the quality of my arguments, and you're not able to, please don't gravitate towards me being a wife to say that I'm not being polite to you. And my rule is, I am not polite to patriarchy. However, I perpetuate patriarchy. Because one, I'm a wife. So I know when I have to be a wife, and my husband knows how to call on me being a wife. And I don't struggle with submitting to him because I know then that I'm his wife. I know when I'm supposed to be a mother because the kids need me. But I must tell you that it is not easy wearing the many hats. You need help. So get help, whether it's from friends, whether it's from aunts. I've got people I call mothers. At any point, there are two mothers that I can dump my kids on, literally dump them. Like, where are you? I'm in my house, the kids are by your door, run away type of, because sometimes you just need to get away as a woman from all the mothering. So you need women like that who you know that you can leave your children with. They'll be fed, they'll be safe. It's a safe environment, you know their values and that your children are safe with them. So get help. You can't do it by yourself. But the point that you raised about women working together, find your troop. Find your troop of women who want you to win. And I promise you, when you find that troop, they will go all out of their way. But of course, I agree, we need to do better as women in working together. But for me, I'm very selfish. When it comes to taking time off, I take it. Like when they invited me to speak here, my employer said, I don't have any national duty leave. I said, fine, I'll take my personal leave to come here because I needed to come here. More than anything, to get away from my kids and my husband and, you know, sit here with you people. Yeah, so be selfish. I think be selfish, but know which hat to wear when. Because if you choose to get married and have children, you are a perpetuator of patriarchy, so you must live within the rules of patriarchy. It's as simple as that. You can't compromise on that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. There was another hand. They are increasing. Hey,
We have some comments online.
Okay. I'll take the last two because we are running out of time. I'll take the last two and then we go online.
I can start?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So mine is just a build up, from the first presentation and, having listened to you. It's all about advocacy and we have representatives from the Paralympics, other organizations, Special Olympics, and you were talking about inclusion, but I think I'm a bit hurt because even from the first presentation, I noticed that there is quite an explicitly outlined group of targets. Then there is other vulnerable groups. So I was thinking, actually, then that means disability is falling in, the other vulnerable groups. So what are we doing about inclusion? What happens to the women in sport who have a disability? And perhaps to you, what is your level of engagement in terms of participation by people with disabilities and leadership engagement when it comes to disability? Thank you.
I can tell you that straight out, not enough. Personally, I'm not doing enough. I don't think my country is doing enough in that area. So women who are living with disabilities really are suffering a triple jeopardy. I mean, first they're women, then like us, they're black. Now they've got a disability. It's really, really tough. So we're not doing enough in that space. And I do know that from the Botswana content, we just, I think Tuli, when she does the report, the Botswana, they'll speak about some of the initiatives that we are doing around inclusion and around ensuring that when you talk about vulnerable groups, it's not just women. There's disabilities is another aspect that we need to look into. But we're not doing enough in that space, not at all. And it's something that we also need to check ourselves on. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'll take the last two questions and then both of them will ask the question so that you wrap
Okay,
up,
great.
so that we go online to have to give them a chance. Yes, ma, and then my lady at the back.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Tara. I'm under Gender Equity at NOCZ Zambia. And my question is on leadership. What skill or ability has been most challenging for you to develop as a leader?
Thank you very much. I hope you got that. And the last one on the floor. Can somebody help her with the microphone? There's a roving mic.
Thank you. My name is Susan. I'm from Special Olympics Africa region, and the question I wanted to ask has been already asked by my colleague Enid from Special Olympics Malawi. However, I would just want to add something. Maybe the starting point could be in the committee during, I'll refer to the first presentation in the morning. Maybe in that committee you could consider including a representative of a female sports woman or sports leader with disability. And actually the other challenge is one disability may not be able to represent all the other disabilities. So maybe it's something we need to think about and discuss in depth so that we could see how not to leave our sisters with disabilities behind. Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Yes,
I think that's a suggestion to the region. I want to assume that has been noted. But to answer you, Tanya, the one thing I had to learn was to bite my tongue. You know, I had to learn because I'm Sagittarius and I speak, I say I'm inappropriate. And some people, they can't take that because I will say it as I see it and sometimes it's uncomfortable. So I had to learn how to tone myself down to respect people who were not extroverts like me. So I had to learn how to bite my tongue. Boy, it's hard because the words are bubbling inside and but it's, So what I did was, one of the tricks that I learned to do was if I really, really felt very strongly about an issue and I wanted to voice it out, I'll tap it out, fiercely tap it out. Like, then I can breathe and then I can delete and say, that's what I would have said. So just to take a moment to tone myself down,
Thank you very much. I don't know how many questions we have online. Can we have all of them so that she can wrap up?
Thank you. So far we have some comments, no questions in particular. And Refilo Moroke is appreciating Taboko for sharing the milestones achieved and that the session has been informative and urges that we can utilize some of the strategies that you have highlighted. Kuzai is highlighting the importance of research and documentation, and that it is key to actually go back in time and emulate all the women who came before us, and that we should have intense campaigns to inspire and empower more women, as well as girls. And there must be this evidence of all their experiences, including all the thorns and roses, so that we can resonate with them and engage at all levels. The last comment is from Limpo Rakoto, and her comment is to appreciate the journey that you have taken and that it has really been an inspiring act. Knowing the purpose of being in sport keeps one going despite the daily challenges that one would get faced with. And she urges everyone that we should come together and embrace each other on this journey, and that finally we will be there. Thank you.
Let's give them a round of applause. And before I let you go, let me take this opportunity to thank you also and remind our audience or our participants about what Mr. Ndima said this morning, that we are here for a common goal. And also the common goal with a common agenda can make us bring us together to achieve and find the solution to issues affecting women. And I think that's what she also touched to say, for you to win as a woman, you need support around you, from the family to the last one. So let's give her a round of applause as she stepped down.
Thank you.
Now we are going for our lunch break, and let me give you the right time. Exactly 1 o'clock, we'll be starting to eat. Exactly 2 o'clock, we'll be starting our next presentation. I'll be there following you. So those who are online, we are taking a break, and exactly 2 o'clock we'll be starting. Thank you very much, and enjoy your meal. Oh, yes. I think we have our task team there who will lead you out. And I've noted that you take time to go out and you eat on your minutes. There are doors there at the back, and then as those doors open, there's a restaurant there where you are going to have your lunch. Thank you.
The LOC, for us, it's the third time we've been here to assess progress, particularly on infrastructure that's going to be used for competition, for the Games Village, for our technical officials, for training, and ensuring that all the specifications that are needed have been addressed, but also to look into the progress made in terms of acquisition of the technical equipment that is required for the games. We have also been looking at how we're doing in terms of timelines, because there's a lot of training that will need to happen now for our technical officials, referees, judges, umpires that will be used in the games. So we're just assessing how far we are as far as meeting those timelines is concerned.
Delegates were taken on a grand tour to all competition venues to ensure they understood the bigger picture and the plans for the games.
I should say that the progress has been quite good. I know we started a bit late, I think late last year, but pace picked up because of we've had quite a good support from ROC, and they're also guiding us throughout the way, and it also took time for Malawians and also those in LOC to understand the gravity of these games. So now pace has picked up, I should say, but it's been quite good, and I think we are quite on schedule on that one.
Netball is going to commence on the 4th to the 9th of December. We're hoping to have about 6 countries participating and more, because we actually have 10 affiliates affiliated to the federation. So we're hoping to have at least 10 countries, but we obviously know that Angola and Mozambique have not been active in netball that much, so they might not be partaking, but we should have a maximum of 8 countries participating in this year's tournament. In terms of the plans and the preparations, countries have already started with the selections and finalizing their teams. They need to submit this to the region, so I think all the countries are already actively busy finalizing their teams for the competition. We're hoping to have, as I said, more than 6. So we're ready to kick off as countries are preparing as well.
We are excited a little bit because for the first time at this stage, we can tell people that we have a venue to play, though it is still under construction. We see a magnificent facility that can put 3 courts, for volleyball. In the initial game, or the other games, Botswana 2018 and Maseru last year, at this stage we were still wondering if we were going to be part of the program. In Botswana, you can say there are facilities, but we were given the venue at around 6 o'clock when we were playing the following day. In Maseru, we were planning to play outside, and it was raining. We ended up putting our program inside the hall and disturbing the basketball program. And today we are independent. We are going to be on our own at the Griffin Sayanda, hall number 2. So I feel it is great, and it sounds great because some teams are even preparing right now. A Malawi team is on camp, and I hear from other countries they are ready for the competition in December.
So Malawi is very fortunate to be building this international stadium that would also in future host international ranking competitions outside this event. So we're quite happy as a region to host such a facility within the SADC region or Region 5. So it's a beautiful stadium. As I said, it's not just going to be for Region 5, but it's going to be also for the girl child that is there. Because if you look around the whole country, you will see that the facilities are not on standard. Some are still playing on ground facilities. So it's beautiful, and in the heart of a netball playing country, to have a stadium this beautiful within the country. Also, you will know that Malawi is actually one of the best countries playing netball. So it's just good that the government invested in the girl child by supporting a project of this nature.
The goal is to leave a legacy in Malawi, so it will not only be a win for sport after the games are complete.
Sport is not just about filling stadiums. Sport is not just about us having medals and counting. Sport is about changing lives and livelihoods. Because we believe that the courts at Silver Stadium, that's where the next NBA champion must come from. And that's where the hope of our young people comes from. That's where the unity of this country comes from. So there are other social, economic benefits that are there. As Region 5, for all the programs that we are running, we are addressing 4 key social outcomes. Number 1, we are addressing economic outcomes. There must be jobs that are created out of that. So when we do that legacy, there's jobs that are going to be created to maintain those facilities, to construct them, and also to manage the facility. So we are creating jobs out of that. Number 2 is education benefits. When we bring young people there, they are going to be taught a number of other things, not only formal education, but how to take care of themselves, behavior change, environment management, and so on. And we're changing lives through that. Number 3 is health benefits, because we are going to have young people who are not going to be sedentary. They will not live sedentary lifestyles, so they become healthy and active. And we create an active nation that it becomes economic. But of course, we also bring in tourism, because that facility must be able to host regional tournaments. So we create both domestic and international tourism. Those are the 4 social outcomes we're looking at. So we don't look at these games as a 10-day fiesta of euphoria in the stadiums and hullabaloo. We are looking at it changing lives and changing livelihoods. Life in Malawi must never be the same because of this event. So that's why for us, Silver Stadium becomes passionate, very close to our heart, because we believe that years after, the people of Malawi will remember the Region 5 games by the number of icons that are going to come out of those courts.
Well, so far so good. As you know, with basketball, our competition is actually a FIBA competition, which is a qualification of Africa. It's under 16 competition, which means we're expecting in total about 8 teams participating in the competition, with the top 2 men and top 2 women qualifying for AfroBasket next year. Currently, the teams are aware and they've started preparations. I'm quite impressed. So far, there's about a total of 6 countries that I know are doing very well in preparation for December. We're expecting 6 so far, men, 6 women, in total about 12. So that's quite a huge number, but we are able to accommodate it, looking at the facilities we've gone around to inspect. And basketball is one of the projects that is going to leave legacy, because as you are aware, we want to make sure that we improve the infrastructure such that after 10 days, when we leave Malawi, the kids that were training at that venue come to appreciate the changes that have been brought by the games.
The second day of the visit to Malawi saw the Minister of Youth and Sport address the delegates, and presentations were held to see how ready the confederations will be ahead of the games.
Good morning, colleagues. Muribwanji. Bon dia. Dumela ntate, dumela me. I wish I would speak all the languages so that we enjoy ourselves. As Malawi, we are determined to deliver the best and most memorable games ever in the history of the Region 5. As you are by now aware, the 10th edition of the Region 5 Youth Games will be held in Lilongwe from the 2nd to 11th of December 2022. The Games complete a full cycle now after being held in each of our 10 member countries. The vision of our forefathers, as stated in the SADC Protocol on Culture, Information and Sports, was to stimulate sport and sport-related development, build solidarity and unity of purpose among our young people, and promote excellence through high performance using the youth games.
I should say you're going to see very great improvement, like when we visited the other complex. You see that roofing will start, I think, in a couple of weeks' time, and you're going to see very great improvement. Plus, we will be launching the games end of this month, and that's going to kick the pace. And trust me, you're going to see great improvement in terms of infrastructure being worked on and all the maintenance work as well.
I must agree with the CEO. There's a lot of work to be done at the Griffin Saenda and even at the aquatic complex. And I just want to assure you, our colleagues, that government, through my ministry, we're doing everything possible, working around the clock to make sure that these complexes are done and in time. We are mindful of the time that we have to launch these games, and we'll do everything possible to make sure that this is done.
We believe, and we strongly believe, that these games have produced a number of results. You name it, from Wade van Niekerk in Swaziland, Eswatini 2010, to your Castor Semenya's, to your, a whole lot of your Kama Billiards in them. They have come through this menu, and because of that, we want support, and we need also our people to invest in ensuring that sport ceases to be just a pastime. It's not a recreational phenomenon. Sport is real business. Let's make this indeed a leading home of innovation and excellence.
Finally, let me wish you all a safe and healthy stay in Malawi, as well as a fruitful deliberations during our meeting. And let me assure you that government will do everything possible to make sure that these games are successful. Allow me therefore to now declare the first joint meeting for the 10th edition of the Region 5 Youth Games in Lilongwe 2022 officially opened.
I just want to encourage the youth, because these are youth games, to participate in the games, and also their parents to let the youth participate, because we want to start developing them when they are young, so that they grow into, Usain Bolt and other, so that's pretty much it.
The AUSC Region 5 Games are at the state of readiness for the upcoming games in December. The 10th edition of the AUSC Region 5 Games will be underway in December 2022, hosted in Lilongwe, the capital city of Malawi. Teams from all over the SADC region will gather to compete in these highly anticipated games. The build-up to these games requires Malawi to ensure that the games venues are ready, and the local organizing committee have recently opened their doors to each country's chef de missions, as well as the confederations, to showcase their readiness.
Basically, today we have invited the confederations and also the CDMs to come and appreciate the level of preparedness in terms of the facilities that they're going to be used as the games villages and also the sporting facilities. So that's what is happening today, and we're continuing with the tours.
This is a mission where we're having the first time our chefs, a mission from the member countries. We've come to predominantly look at three areas. Number one is for them to appreciate the facilities that are going to be used for the games. Number two is also to appreciate the technical rules that will be used for the games. And number three, we'll also be running a mini workshop for them in terms of the entourage management and the ethics of these games. So those are the three fundamental objectives that we are doing here. Having been here, we have had interface with the LOC. For us, it's the third time we've been here to assess progress, particularly on infrastructure that's going to be used for competition, for the Games Village, for Tengo officials, for training, and ensuring that all the specifications that are needed have been addressed, but also to look into the progress made in terms of acquisition of the technical equipment that is required for the games. We have also been looking at how we're doing in terms of timelines, because there's a lot of training that will need to happen now for our technical officials, referees, judges, umpires that will be used in the games. So we're just assessing how far we are as far as meeting those timelines is concerned.
Delegates were taken on a grand tour to all competition venues to ensure they understood the bigger picture and the plans for the games.
I should say that the progress has been quite good. I know we started a bit late, I think late last year, but pace picked up because of we've had quite a good support from ROC, and they're also guiding us throughout the way, and it also took time for Malawians and also those in LOC to understand the gravity of these games. So now pace has picked up, I should say, but it's been quite good, and I think we are quite on schedule on that one.
Naples is going to commence on the 4th to the 9th of December. We're hoping to have about 6 countries participating and more, because we actually have 10 affiliates affiliated to the federation. So we're hoping to have at least 10 countries, but we obviously know that Angola and Mozambique have not been active in netball that much, so they might not be partaking, but we should have a maximum of 8 countries participating in this year's tournament. In terms of the plans and the preparations, countries have already started with the selections and finalizing their teams. They need to submit this to the region. So I think all the countries are already actively busy finalizing their teams for the competition. We're hoping to have, as I said, more than 6. So we're ready to kick off as countries are preparing as well.
We are excited a little bit because for the first time at this stage, we can tell people that we have a venue to play. Though it is still under construction, we see a magnificent facility that can put 3 courts for volleyball. In the initial game, or the other games, Botswana 2018 and Maseru last year, at this stage we were still wondering if we were going to be part of the program. In Botswana, you can say there are facilities, but we were given the venue at around 6 o'clock when we were playing the following day. In Maseru, we were planning to play outside, and it was raining. We ended up putting our program inside the hall and disturbing the basketball program. And today we are independent. We are going to be on our own at the Griffin Ayanda, hall number 2. So I feel it is great, and it sounds great because some teams are even preparing right now. A Malawi team is on camp, and I hear from other countries they are ready for the competition in December.
So Malawi is very fortunate to be building this international stadium that would also in future host international ranking competitions outside this event. So we're quite happy as a region to host such a facility within the SADC region, or Region 5. So it's a beautiful stadium. As I said, it's not just going to be for Region 5, but it's going to be also for the girl child that is there. Because if you look around the whole country, you will see that the facilities are not on standard. Some are still playing on ground facilities. So it's beautiful, and in the heart of a netball playing country, to have a stadium this beautiful within the country. Also, you will know that Malawi is actually one of the best countries playing netball, so it's just good that the government invested in the girl child by supporting a project of this nature.
The goal is to leave a legacy in Malawi, so it will not only be a win for sport after the games are complete.
Sport is not just about filling stadiums. Sport is not just about us having medals and counting. Sport is about changing lives and livelihoods, because we believe that the courts at Silver Stadium, that's where the next NBA champion must come from, and that's where the hope of our young people comes from. That's where the unity of this country comes from. So there are other social economic benefits that are there. As Region 5, for all the programs that we are running, we are addressing 4 key social outcomes. Number 1, we are addressing economic outcomes. There must be jobs that are created out of that. So when we do that legacy, there's jobs that are going to be created to maintain those facilities, to construct them, and also to manage the facility. So we are creating jobs out of that. Number two is education benefits. When we bring young people there, they are going to be taught a number of other things, not only formal education, but how to take care of themselves, behavior change, environment management, and so on. And we're changing lives through that. Number three is health benefits, because we are going to have young people who are not going to be sedentary. They will not live sedentary lifestyles, so they become healthy and active. And we create an active nation that it becomes economic. But of course, we also bring in tourism, because that facility must be able to host regional tournaments. So we create both domestic and international tourism. Those are the four social outcomes we're looking at. So we don't look at these games as a 10-day fiesta of euphoria in the stadiums and hullabaloo. We are looking at it changing lives and changing livelihoods. Life in Malawi must never be the same because of this event. So that's why for us, Sivo Stadium becomes passionate, very close to our heart, because we believe that years after, the people of Malawi will remember the Region 5 games by the number of icons that are going to come out of those courts.
Well, so far, so good. As you know, with basketball, our competition is actually a FIBA competition, which is a qualification of Africa. It's under 16 competition, which means we're expecting in total about 8 teams participating in the competition, with the top 2 men and top 2 women qualifying for AfroBasket next year. Currently, the teams are aware and they've started preparations. I'm quite impressed. So far, there's about a total of 6 countries that I know are doing very well in preparation for December. We're expecting 6 so far, men, 6 women. In total, about 12. So that's quite a huge number. But we are able to accommodate it, looking at the facilities we've gone around to inspect. And basketball is one of the projects that is going to leave legacy. Because as you are aware, we want to make sure that we improve the infrastructure such that after 10 days, when we leave Malawi, the kids that were training at that venue come to appreciate the changes that have been brought by the games.
The second day of the visit to Malawi saw the Minister of Youth and Sport address the delegates, and presentations were held to see how ready the confederations will be ahead of the games.
Good morning, colleagues. Muribanji. Ondia. Dumela ntate, dumela me. I wish I would speak all the languages so that we enjoy ourselves. As Malawi, we are determined to deliver the best and most memorable games ever in the history of the Region 5. As you are by now aware, the 10th edition of the Region 5 Youth Games will be held in Lilongwe from the 2nd to 11th of December 2022. The Games complete a full cycle now after being held in each of our 10 member countries. The vision of our forefathers, as stated in the SADC Protocol on Culture, Information and Sports, was to stimulate sport and sport-related development, build solidarity and unity of purpose among our young people, and promote excellence through high performance using the youth games.
I should say you're going to see very great improvement, like when we visited the other complex. You see that roofing will start, I think, in a couple of weeks' time, and you're going to see very great improvement. Plus, we will be launching the games end of this month, and that's going to kick the pace. And trust me, you're going to see great improvement in terms of infrastructure being worked on and all the maintenance work as well.
I must agree with the CEO. There's a lot of work to be done at the Griffin Isaenda and even at the aquatic complex. And I just want to assure you, our colleagues, that government, through my ministry, we're doing everything possible, working around the clock to make sure that these complexes are done and in time. We are mindful of the time that we have to launch these games, and we'll do everything possible to make sure that this is done.
We believe, and we strongly believe, that these games have produced a number of results. You name it, from Wade van Niekerk in Swaziland, Eswatini 2010, to your Caster Semenya, to your, a whole lot of your Kama Billiards in them. They have come through this menu, and because of that, we want support, and we need also our people to invest in ensuring that sport ceases to be just a pastime. It's not a recreational phenomenon. Sport is your business. Let's make this indeed a leading home of innovation and excellence.
Finally, let me wish you all a safe and healthy stay in Malawi. as well as the fruitful deliberations during our meeting. And let me assure you that government will do everything possible to make sure that these games are successful. Allow me therefore to now declare the first joint meeting for the 10th edition of the Region 5 Youth Games in Lilongwe 2022 officially opened.
I just want to encourage the youth, because these are youth games, to participate in the games, and also their parents to let the youth participate, because we want to start developing them when they are young, so that they grow into, like, you know, Usain Bolt and other, yeah, sure. So that's pretty much it.
The AUSC Region 5 Games are at the state of readiness for the upcoming games in December. The 10th edition of the AUSC Region 5 Games will be underway in December 2022, hosted in Lilongwe, the capital city of Malawi. Teams from all over the SADC region will gather to compete in these highly anticipated games. The build-up to these games requires Malawi to ensure that the games venues are ready, and the local organizing committee have recently opened their doors to each country's chef de missions, as well as the confederations, to showcase their readiness.
Basically, today we have invited the confederations and also the CDMs to come and appreciate the level of preparedness in terms of the facilities that are going to be used as the games villages, and also the sporting facilities. So that's what is happening today, and we're continuing with the tours.
This is a mission where we are having the first time our chefs, a mission from the member countries. We've come to predominantly look at three areas. Number one is for them to appreciate the facilities that are going to be used for the games. Number two is also to appreciate the technical rules that will be used for the games. And number three, we'll also be running a mini workshop for them in terms of the entourage management and the ethics of these games. So those are the three fundamental objectives that we are doing here. Having been here, we have had interface with the LOC. For us, it's the third time we've been here to assess progress, particularly on infrastructure that's going to be used for competition, for the games village, for our technical officials, for training, and ensuring that all the specifications that are needed have been addressed, but also to look into the progress made in terms of acquisition of the technical equipment that is required for the games. We have also been looking at how we're doing in terms of timelines, because there's a lot of training that will need to happen now for our technical officials, referees, judges, umpires that will be used in the games. So we're just assessing how far we are as far as meeting those timelines is concerned.
Delegates were taken on a grand tour to all competition venues to ensure they understood the bigger picture and the plans for the games.
I should say that the progress has been quite good. I know we started a bit late, I think late last year, but pace picked up because of we've had quite a good support from ROC, and they're also guiding us throughout the way, and it also took time for Malawians and also those in LOC to understand the gravity of these games. So now pace has picked up, I should say, but it's been quite good, and I think we are quite on schedule on that one.
Netball is going to commence on the 4th to the 9th of December. We're hoping to have about 6 countries participating and more, because we actually have 10 affiliates affiliated to the federation. So we're hoping to have at least 10 countries, but we obviously know that Angola and Mozambique have not been active in netball that much, so they might not be partaking, but we should have a maximum of 8 countries participating in this year's tournament. In terms of the plans and the preparations, countries have already started with the selections and finalizing their teams. They need to submit this to the region. So I think all the countries are already actively busy finalizing their teams for the competition. We're hoping to have, as I said, more than 6. So we're ready to kick off as countries are preparing as well.
We are excited a little bit because for the first time at this stage, we can tell people that we have a venue to play. Though it is still under construction, we see a magnificent facility that can put 3 courts for volleyball. In the initial game, or the other games, Botswana 2018 and Maseru last year, at this stage we were still wondering if we were going to be part of the program. In Botswana, you can say there are facilities, but we were given the venue at around 6 o'clock when we were playing the following day. In Maseru, we were planning to play outside, and it was raining. We ended up putting our program inside the hall and disturbing the basketball program. And today we are independent. We are going to be on our own at the Griffin Sayanda, hall number 2. So I feel it is great. And it sounds great because some teams are even preparing right now. A Malawi team is on camp, and I hear from other countries they are ready for the competition in December.
So Malawi is very fortunate to be building this international stadium that would also in future host international ranking competitions outside this event. So we're quite happy as a region to host such a facility within the SADC region or Region 5. So it's a beautiful stadium. As I said, it's not just going to be for Region 5, but it's going to be also for the girl child that is there. Because if you look around the whole country, you will see that the facilities are not on standard. Some are still playing on ground facilities. So it's beautiful, and in the heart of a netball playing country, to have a stadium this beautiful within the country. Also, you will know that Malawi is actually one of the best countries playing netball. So it's just good that the government invested in the girl child by supporting a project of this nature.
The goal is to leave a legacy in Malawi, so it will not only be a win for sport after the games are complete.
Sport is not just about filling stadiums. Sport is not just about us having medals and counting. Sport is about changing lives and livelihoods, because we believe that the courts at Silver Stadium, that's where the next NBA champion must come from. And that's where the hope of our young people comes from. That's where the unity of this country comes from. So there are other social, economic benefits that are there. As Region 5, for all the programs that we are running, we are addressing 4 key social outcomes. Number 1, we are addressing economic outcomes. There must be jobs that are created out of that. So when we do that legacy, there's jobs that are created to maintain those facilities, to construct them, and also to manage the facility. So we are creating jobs out of that. Number 2 is education benefits. When we bring young people there, they are going to be taught a number of other things, not only formal education, but how to take care of themselves, behavior change, environment management, and so on. And we're changing lives through that. Number 3 is health benefits, because we are going to have young people who are not going to be sedentary. They will not live sedentary lifestyles, so they become healthy and active. And we create an active nation that it becomes economic. But of course, we also bring in tourism, because that facility must be able to host regional tournaments. So we create both domestic and international tourism. Those are the 4 social outcomes we're looking at. So we don't look at these games as a 10-day fiesta of euphoria in the stadiums and hullabaloo. We are looking at it changing lives and changing livelihoods. Life in Malawi must never be the same because of this event. So that's why for us, Silver Stadium becomes passionate, very close to our heart, because we believe that years after, the people of Malawi will remember the Region 5 games by the number of icons that are going to come out of those courts.
Well, so far, so good. As you know, with basketball, our competition is actually a FIBA competition, which is a qualification of Africa. It's under 16 competition, which means we're expecting in total about 8 teams participating in the competition, with the top 2 men and top 2 women qualifying for AfroBasket next year. Currently, the teams are aware and they've started preparations. I'm quite impressed. So far, there's about a total of 6 countries that I know are doing very well in preparation for December. We're expecting 6 so far, men, 6 women. In total, about 12. So that's quite a huge number. But we are able to accommodate it, looking at the facilities we've gone around to inspect. And basketball is one of the projects that is going to leave legacy. Because as you are aware, we want to make sure that we improve the infrastructure such that after 10 days, when we leave Malawi, the kids that were training at that venue come to appreciate the changes that have been brought by the games.
The second day of the visit to Malawi saw the Minister of Youth and Sport address the delegates, and presentations were held to see how ready the confederations will be ahead of the games.
Good morning, colleagues. Muribanji. On dia, dumela ntate, dumela mme. I wish I would speak all the languages so that we enjoy ourselves. As Malawi, we are determined to deliver the best and most memorable games ever in the history of the Region 5. As you are by now aware, the 10th edition of the Region 5 Youth Games will be held in Lilongwe from the 2nd to 11th of December 2022. The Games complete a full cycle now after being held in each of our 10 member countries. The vision of our forefathers, as stated in the SADC Protocol on Culture, Information and Sports, was to stimulate sport and sport-related development, build solidarity and unity of purpose among our young people, and promote excellence through high performance using the youth games.
I should say you're going to see very great improvement, like when we visited the other complex. You see that roofing will start, I think, in a couple of weeks' time, and you're going to see very great improvement. Plus, we will be launching the games end of this month, and that's going to kick the pace. And trust me, you're going to see great improvement in terms of infrastructure being worked on and all the maintenance work as well.
I must agree with the CEO. There's a lot of work to be done at the Griffin Staenda and even at the aquatic complex. And I just want to assure you, our colleagues, that government, through my ministry, we're doing everything possible, working around the clock to make sure that these complexes are done and in time. We are mindful of the time that we have to launch these games, and we'll do everything possible to make sure that this is done.
We believe, and we strongly believe, that these games have produced a number of results. You name it, from Wade van Niekerk in Swaziland, Eswatini 2010, to your Caster Semenya, to your, a whole lot of your Kama Billiards in them. They have come through this menu, and because of that, we want support, and we need also our people to invest in ensuring that sport ceases to be just a pastime. It's not a recreational phenomenon. Sport is real business. Let's make this indeed a leading home of innovation and excellence.
Finally, let me wish you all a safe and healthy stay in Malawi, as well as a fruitful deliberations during our meeting. And let me assure you that government will do everything possible to make sure that these games are successful. Allow me therefore to now declare the first joint meeting for the 10th edition of the Region 5 Youth Games in Lilongwe 2022 officially opened.
I just want to encourage the youth, because these are youth games, to participate in the games, and also their parents to let the youth participate, because we want to start developing them when they are young, so that they grow into, Usain Bolt and other, so that's pretty much it.
The AUSC Region 5 Games are at the state of readiness for the upcoming games in December. The 10th edition of the AUSC Region 5 Games will be underway in December 2022, hosted in Lilongwe, the capital city of Malawi. Teams from all over the SADC region will gather to compete in these highly anticipated games. The build-up to these games requires Malawi to ensure that the games venues are ready, and the local organizing committee have recently opened their doors to each country's chef de missions, as well as the confederations, to showcase their readiness.
Basically, today we have invited the confederations and also the CDMs to come and appreciate the level of preparedness in terms of the facilities that they're going to be used as the games villages, and also the sporting facilities. So that's what is happening today, and we're continuing with the tours.
This is a mission where we are having the first time our chefs de mission from the member countries. We've come to predominantly look at three areas. Number one is for them to appreciate the facilities that are going to be used for the games. Number two is also to appreciate the technical rules that will be used for the games. And number three, we'll also be running a mini workshop for them in terms of the entourage management and the ethics of these games. So those are the three fundamental objectives that we are doing here. Having been here, we have had interface with the LOC. For us, it's the third time we've been here. to assess progress, particularly on infrastructure that's going to be used for competition, for the Games Village, for our technical officials, for training, and ensuring that all the specifications that are needed have been addressed, but also to look into the progress made in terms of acquisition of the technical equipment that is required for the games. We have also been looking at how we're doing in terms of timelines, because there's a lot of training that will need to happen now for our technical officials, referees, judges, umpires that will be used in the games. So we were just assessing how far we are as far as meeting those timelines is concerned.
Delegates were taken on a grand tour to all competition venues to ensure they understood the bigger picture and the plans for the games.
I should say that the progress has been quite good. I know we started a bit late, I think late last year, but pace picked up because of we've had quite a good support from ROC, and they were also guiding us throughout the way, and it also took time for Malawians and also those in LOC to understand the gravity of these games. So now pace has picked up, I should say, but it's been quite good, and I think we are quite on schedule on that one.
Netball is going to commence on the 4th to the 9th of December. We're hoping to have about 6 countries participating and more, because we actually have 10 affiliates affiliated to the federation. So we're hoping to have at least 10 countries, but we obviously know that Angola and Mozambique have not been active in netball that much, so they might not be partaking, but we should have a maximum of 8 countries participating in this year's tournament. In terms of the plans and the preparations, countries have already started with the selections and finalizing their teams. They need to submit this to the region. So I think all the countries are already actively busy finalizing their teams for the competition. We're hoping to have, as I said, more than 6. So we're ready to kick off as countries are preparing as well.
We are excited a little bit because for the first time at this stage, we can tell people that we have a venue to play. Though it is still under construction, we see a magnificent facility that can put 3 courts for volleyball. In the initial game or the other games, Botswana 2018 and Maseru last year, at this stage we were still wondering if we were going to be part of the program. In Botswana you can say there are facilities, but we were given the venue at around 6 o'clock when we were playing the following day. In Maseru we were planning to play outside, and it was raining. We ended up putting our program inside the hall and disturbing the basketball program. And today we are independent. We are going to be on our own at the Griffin Sayanda, hall number 2. So I feel it is great, and it sounds great because some teams are even preparing right now. A Malawi team is on camp, and I hear from other countries they are ready for the competition in December.
So Malawi is very fortunate to be building this international stadium that would also in future host international ranking competitions outside this event. So we're quite happy as a region to host such a facility within the SADC region, or Region 5. So it's a beautiful stadium. As I said, it's not just going to be for Region 5, but it's going to be also for the girl child that is there. Because if you look around the whole country, you will see that the facilities are not on standard. Some are still playing on ground facilities. So it's beautiful, and in the heart of a netball playing country, to have a stadium this beautiful within the country. Also, you will know that Malawi is actually one of the best countries playing netball. So it's just good that the government invested in the girl child by supporting a project of this nature.
The goal is to leave a legacy in Malawi, so it will not only be a win for sport after the games are complete.
Sport is not just about filling stadiums. Sport is not just about us having medals and counting. Sport is about changing lives and livelihoods, because we believe that the courts at Silver Stadium, that's where the next NBA champion must come from, and that's where the hope of our young people comes from. That's where the unity of this country comes from. So there are other social, economic benefits that are there. As Region 5, for all the programs that we are running, we are addressing 4 key social outcomes. Number 1, we are addressing economic outcomes. There must be jobs that are created out of that. So when we do that legacy, there's jobs that are going to be created to maintain those facilities, to construct them, and also to manage their facilities. So we are creating jobs out of that. Number two is education benefits. When we bring young people there, they are going to be taught a number of other things, not only formal education, but how to take care of themselves, behavior change, environment management, and so on. And we're changing lives through that. Number three is health benefits, because we are going to have young people who are not going to be sedentary. They will not live sedentary lifestyles, so they become healthy and active. And we create an active nation that it becomes economic. But of course, we also bring in tourism, because that facility must be able to host regional tournaments. So we create both domestic and international tourism. Those are the four social outcomes we're looking at. So we don't look at these games as a 10-day fiesta of euphoria in the stadiums and hullabaloo. We are looking at it changing lives and changing livelihoods. Life in Malawi must never be the same because of this event. So that's why for us, Sivo Stadium becomes passionate, very close to our heart, because we believe that years after, the people of Malawi will remember the Region 5 games by the number of icons that are going to come out of those courts.
Well, so far, so good. As you know, with basketball, our competition is actually a FIBA competition, which is a qualification of Africa. It's under 16 competition, which means we're expecting in total about 8 teams participating in the competition, with the top 2 men and top 2 women qualifying for AfroBasket next year. Currently, the teams are aware and they've started preparations. I'm quite impressed. So far, there's about a total of 6 countries that I know are doing very well in preparation for December. We're expecting 6 so far, men, 6 women. In total, about 12. So that's quite a huge number, but we are able to accommodate it. Looking at the facilities, we've gone around to inspect, and basketball is one of the projects that is going to leave legacy, because as you are aware, we want to make sure that we improve the infrastructure such that after 10 days, when we leave Malawi, the kids that were training at that venue come to appreciate the changes that have been brought by the games.
The second day of the visit to Malawi saw the Minister of Youth and Sport address the delegates, and presentations were held to see how ready the confederations will be ahead of the games.
Good morning, colleagues. Uribanji. Ondia. Dumela ntate, dumela me. I wish I would speak all the languages so that we enjoy ourselves. As Malawi, we are determined to deliver the best and most memorable games ever in the history of the Region 5. As you are by now aware, the 10th edition of the Region 5 Youth Games will be held in Lilongwe from the 2nd to 11th of December 2022. The Games complete a full cycle now after being held in each of our 10 member countries. The vision of our forefathers, as stated in the SADC Protocol on Culture, Information and Sports, was to stimulate sport and sport-related development, build solidarity and unity of purpose among our young people, and promote excellency through high performance using the youth games.
I should say you're going to see very great improvement, like when we visited the other complex. You see that roofing will start, I think, in a couple of weeks' time, and you're going to see very great improvement. Plus, we will be launching the games end of this month, and that's going to kick the pace. And trust me, you're going to see great improvement in terms of infrastructure being worked on and all the maintenance work as well.
I must agree with the CEO. There's a lot of work to be done at the Griffin Saenda and even at the aquatic complex. And I just want to assure you, our colleagues, that government, through my ministry, we're doing everything possible, working around the clock to make sure that these complexes are done and in time. We are mindful of the time that we have to launch these games, and we'll do everything possible to make sure that this is done.
We believe, and we strongly believe, that these games have produced a number of results. You name it, from Wade van Niekerk in Swaziland, Eswatini 2010, to your Caster Semenya, to your, a whole lot of your Kama Billiards and them. They have come through this menu, and because of that, we want support, and we need also our people to invest in ensuring that sport ceases to be just a pastime. It's not a recreational phenomenon. Sport is real business. Let's make this indeed a leading home of innovation and excellence.
Finally, let me wish you all a safe and healthy stay in Malawi. as well as the fruitful deliberations during our meeting. And let me assure you that government will do everything possible to make sure that these games are successful. Allow me therefore to now declare the first joint meeting for the 10th edition of the Region 5 Youth Games in Lilongwe 2022 officially opened.
I just want to encourage the youth, because these are youth games, to participate in the games, and also their parents to let the youth participate, because we want to start developing them when they are young, so that they grow into, like, you know, Usain Bolt and other, yeah, sure. So that's pretty much it.
The AUSC Region 5 Games are at the state of readiness for the upcoming games in December. The 10th edition of the AUSC Region 5 Games will be underway in December 2022, hosted in Lilongwe, the capital city of Malawi. Teams from all over the SADC region will gather to compete in these highly anticipated games. The build-up to these games requires Malawi to ensure that the games venues are ready, and the local organizing committee have recently opened their doors to each country's chef de missions, as well as the confederations, to showcase their readiness.
Basically, today we have invited the confederations and also the CDMs to come and appreciate the level of preparedness in terms of the facilities that they're going to be used as the games villages, and also the sporting facilities. So that's what is happening today, and we're continuing with the tours.
This is a mission where we are having the first time our chefs de mission from the member countries. We've come to predominantly look at three areas. Number one is for them to appreciate the facilities that are going to be used for the games. Number two is also to appreciate the technical rules that will be used for the games. And number three, we'll also be running a mini workshop for them in terms of the entourage management and the ethics of these games. So those are the three fundamental objectives that we are doing here. Having been here, we have had interface with the LOC. For us, it's the third time we've been here to assess progress, particularly on infrastructure that's going to be used for competition, for the games village, for our technical officials, for training, and ensuring that all the specifications that are needed have been addressed, but also to look into the progress made in terms of acquisition of the technical equipment that is required for the games. We have also been looking at how we're doing in terms of timelines, because there's a lot of training that will need to happen now for our technical officials, referees, judges,
Good afternoon to those online. We are starting with our last session for this afternoon, our second last session before this afternoon. If you can just settle down so that we can start. Our next speaker to take us after lunch is Ms. Muditambi Ravele. Muditambi is commonly called Ntambi Ravele. We all call her Sis Ntambi. Is a groundbreaking woman in the field of women and sport in South Africa called WASA, where she is initiated the formation of Women and Sport South Africa in 1996, and in 2008 she founded she founded in 2008 and the chairperson of South African Women and Sport Foundation, and she is also the former chairperson of the Boxing South Africa board and the first and only woman to be appointed into such a position in a historical male-dominant sport. With that round of applause, let's welcome Sis Ntambi Ravele.
I just want to put my toolbox here. Okay, afternoon, it's a very difficult session because of you guys, you are coming from lunch. And I hope you would try to navigate this session with me. My topic today is about advocacy. And what we want to do is just a masterclass on advocacy. So I know they've already indicated that we had a structure called WASA in 1996. And it was dissolved because of another politician came in and thought it was not necessary. So we've then formed a structure called South African Women and Sport Foundation. So the foundation's responsibility is advocacy, it's around leadership, and also mentorship and research. But with WASA, our mission was to make sure that we implement the Brighton Declaration. So the strategy around that was more on reflection of the Brighton Declaration, which was actually in 1994, so it was the right time to make sure that we implement the Brighton Declaration. So gender advocacy or gender advocacy, its issues around. Actually, before I move to that, I must first indicate the fact that I'm not sure about the owner of the quote, but it says educate patiently, advocate passionately, and inspire constantly. And if we do that, we will be able to achieve what we want to achieve. So the nature of SAWAF's advocacy program is through networking, amendments of laws in South Africa, especially that are related to sport, partnerships, lobbying. So what we did was and that's where we would be talking about this masterclass. The issue that came into our structure was the fact that in 1999, during the All Africa Games, they were going to do gender testing. And as a structure, as women activists, we then said to ourselves, not in our country. So South Africa was hosting All Africa Games. Our Minister of Sport was just a chairperson, but he had no authority to change any rules from All Africa Games. So we went to our minister to say, Minister, are you aware that there will be gender testing during the Games? And according to South African Constitution, that it's against the Constitution. So he then said, guys, you know, with me, we know my position because he approved the formation of WASA. So he says, do whatever you can do, but within the rules. So we went to the Secretary General of All Africa Games, who actually didn't even give us any recognition. He didn't want to talk to us, and he felt that the issue that we want to raise, we are not supposed to challenge it, and that's it. So if we go back to the topic, I said when the one door closes, the other door opens. So gender testing is a decision, it's going to happen. And at that time, they were targeting Maria Mutola. And we were saying it won't happen in South Africa. So how one door closes and the other door opens? So as I said, we approached the minister, the Secretary General, who didn't give us any attention. The minister was cooperative. He actually agreed with us that we can't do that, especially with South African Constitution. So what was our next step? And that's where your network comes in. We went to a female journalist who we knew that she was more active when we come to gender issues. So we explained to her because to her, it was a totally new thing. She doesn't know about gender testing. She doesn't know about the issue. So we had to educate her to make sure that she understands what we are talking about. And after she understood, we then said to her, because you are a journalist, and she was a top journalist in this country, approach the Secretary General of the All Africa Game and ask him these questions. She went. What did the Secretary General did? Pass the buck. No, it's not an All Africa Game issue. It is an IOC issue. So, okay, fine, it's an IOC issue. So we have to talk to our Olympic Committee. At that time, our Olympic Committee was called NOXA. We went to them, and they told us we can't challenge IOC. Yes, we cannot challenge IOC, but somebody can challenge IOC. Okay? We then went to the Gender Commission. We sat down with the chairperson of the Gender Commission. We lobbied her, we explained, we did what we did with the journalist. We made sure that she understands the whole concept around gender testing and how it is actually going to affect us as a country because we have a constitution which have a Bill of Rights, and these issues cannot happen in South Africa. She then accepted to work with us. So we drafted her a letter because she doesn't understand these issues. We drafted a letter for her signature. She signed the letter, sent it to IOC because we were told we cannot challenge the IOC by our Olympic Committee. But when that door closes, obviously there should be somebody who could do that. So she sent the letter to the IOC. IOC responded very urgently and indicated that no, you are actually correct. We don't expect you guys in Africa to do gender testing during All Africa Games. And actually, we are reviewing these rules. We will also not do gender testing during Olympics in Sydney. So imagine this structure in South Africa changing some thinking at a level also of the IOC. And that shows you that advocacy is a process, but that process, it's not smooth. What you need is patience, it's consistency, the things that I have shown from the first slide, and actually make sure that when one door closes, don't give up. Don't say, no, we can't go on because of the Olympic Committee says you can't challenge the IOC. Gender Commission and all other structures can do that. Even your human rights organizations can do it. So that happened in that particular year. So if you situations of you have chosen the side of the oppressor. Am I correct to say that? And what do you usually when things are going wrong? We keep quiet. So all of us, we can be seen by those who are oppressed being part of the oppressors. Because we are sitting in decision-making positions, all these things that are wrong are happening whilst we are there as committee members. And what we want to do is for us to be accepted in those forums or in those committees, and for people to say, no, this one doesn't give us problems, she's not like in Ndambi. She is, because that's what they do. They actually even make sure that people who would challenge change, they are left outside the structure, and those who will not are kept in the structure. So know from now onwards that you are part of the oppressors if you are sitting in a forum and not challenging things that are going wrong in those structures. So the moral of this master's class is the issue around persistence. If we didn't, actually, to be honest with you, even to approach our minister, if it was somebody who didn't have some guts, they would have said, we can't go to the minister. But as long as you don't try it, you will never know whether that door can open. So try every door. Try to open the door. If it opens, yes, go in. If it doesn't open, move to the next level. And actually, to be honest with you, we have already lined up people that we would actually go and lobby if the minister is against the process. We have the Sports Council at the time. We were targeting that the Sports Council would be our next, but again, we're worried about the fact that the Sports Council is predominantly males. Would they buy on our story? But then, we then actually target women who are sitting in the Sports Council. So always, when you move one step forward, make sure that you have a plan of what if. What if this door doesn't open? This is what we are going to do. Keep searching for solution and meaning. Make sure that you understand the issue in such a way that when you go to the minister, you should make sure that you have all the information. So this is what we have done at that time. We used to read about gender testing, but we didn't have a full understanding and the scientific part of the problem. So what did we do? On our side, we sat down with sports scientists, with people who understand the issue. We used our networks to make sure that we consult widely, whether it's abroad or it's in the country, to make sure that we understand the case ourselves before we present it to somebody else. Find and use people of influence. And that's what I was saying. Make sure that you identify people first who can educate you, but identify people who could influence whatever agenda you have. Make sure that those people are lined up and they are ready and they understand the issue. Widen the net of your solution, because your solution could not be only one solution. So that when you go to Gender Commission and you say, this is what we want as a solution, and they say, no, it doesn't work with us, you should have an option to say, okay, fine, so what could be the solution? And make sure that whatever solution you come up with is actually acceptable to the people that you are pulling in, and also is acceptable to you as an organization. Because of sometimes you might end up agreeing with their solution, only to find that at a long run, the solution might not suit your organization. Mindset to seek solutions and not the problem. And I know Khame was talking about toitoing. And there are areas where you can do toitoing, but there are areas where you need to negotiate. Negotiate until the last point. Toitoi must be the last thing to do. Because of sometimes, and I think that's the problem with going out to the streets. Sometimes you might think that you have people who are supporting you, and you call people to come to toitoi, only to find that it's 5 of you. So be very careful before you move to that level. You would have done a project on its own to make sure that when you go to the streets, you have support. But you should have exhausted all other possible solutions for you to move to that level. Network. If we didn't have our network from the media, from the medical, from all these structures, we wouldn't have resolved the issue. And also, if we didn't understand how structures works, we wouldn't have resolved the issue. Because we wanted our relationship with the Olympic Committee to continue, and we didn't want us to fight with the Olympic Committee, that's why when they said to us, you can't challenge the IOC, we then actually moved out and we brought people who can challenge the IOC. And sometimes you don't have to be focusing on, we want to achieve this as a structure, but we want to achieve community. And you need to make sure that that community is for you. Nelson Mandela said, it always seems impossible until it is done. We know that. So what I want to ask you to do within this time, I'm giving you 20 minutes to go out and discuss in your groups the point that you have just discovered, that your act in Parliament doesn't allow women to box or to do wrestling. And in that 20 minutes, you have to come up with your advocacy towards that. Who would you lobby? What levels? And what are you going to be expecting as your outcome for your advocacy? So that's what we are going to do now. Can we do that in 20 minutes? All right, let's go to our group discussions. Is it clear what we are going to do in our group discussions? You put up a plan of advocacy for your group, and what is that you are advocating for? It's for women to box, because there's an act in Parliament that says women cannot box in your country. So as a group, you are a country. Go and whatever, that's your country. Easy. That's it. Okay, let's go. Easy, ne? Yeah, it's easy.
Wanaweza viona mganje futi nkotumiza cyane inangu
And the team leaders, please don't forget to share your emails so that we can share the templates with you for the closing session. All the team leaders, please share your email so that we can give you the template to close the next session. Thank you. The online, are they ready? Welcome, team. We were just waiting for you. We were just waiting for you to arrive. The time was very long or too short. Thank you very much. And those who are still outside, I believe they will find us. Sis Ntambi, you can come over so that we close the session. The team leaders, please share your email. Yes, I'm coming down. Thank you.
Team leaders, can you join me up here? Team leaders, we are having two groups. What about the other two groups? Oh, okay. Lombe, are you ready with your group? Okay, can we start with the group online? Lombe, ask them to be quite short because we don't have much time. If you could start. Lombe, are we on? The sound? Okay. Whilst they're managing the sound, are you ready, you guys? Are you ready? Okay. Is it fine? Okay.
Madam Lombe, for group one, I think it was difficult for us to do something because I think we were coming back from lunch, rushing into offices, and we found that the madam was just concluding. So more or less like all of us, we were caught unaware and we couldn't, do the discussion. If we may get our apologies.
I think it's fine. Can we move to the second group? Are we connecting? Hello? Not. Okay, let's come here and then we'll go back to them. So I think that mic's on your seats or not? Okay. All right, you will have this. You will have this. Who wants to start? Okay, fine. So you need to be very short. Just tell us your strategy in 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know we are very tired, but a bit full, but I will make it very quick. Because the Boxing Act will be affecting what we called gender equality in our country, we chose South Africa. Given that is that we need to gather as Boxing South Africa and what we call South African National Open Boxing. These are the two bodies that govern boxing, and the other one is in professional, the other one is in amateur. And then from there, we write to SASCOC first to say, SASCOC, please assist us. The reason why the act is not beneficial to us is that for women, they learn self-defense. It helps them in health. It's for our national pride, and also creates employment. After we have done that, should SASCOC respond in a negative way or whichever, in a way that we feel like it's dismissive, then we will also ask what we call our African body in boxing and our international body to say, please support us. The act is acting against our belief to say women should participate in boxing. After we have done that, we will return to SASCOC, because after getting the support there, we will return to SASCOC to say, SASCOC, you are the one that can speak on our behalf, and we do have bodies that are international, that are actually supporting us to say women should box in our country. And from there, SASCOC will need to deliver our message to the Parliament and also to IOC. Thank you.
Thank you. Next group, which one is ready? Okay. Yeah. Is it working? Is it on? Yeah. You muted it.
Yeah.
The green one.
Mama.
Women in the country, it's and we had an overwhelming result of supporting boxing for women in the country. And the reason why there was an overwhelming result of supporting the boxing in the country, it's because women are quite restricted in the participation of sport here in India, and they are actually restricted because they have to prove or submit proof of menstrual cycle for them to participate in the sport, and that's when they are monitored whether they can participate in the sport. That's one reason, and they are also restricted in terms of religious and cultural approaches in terms of attires. So boxing is the one that will assist them. They can box wearing whatever that they want. They don't have to expose anything, and they can wear protective gear on terms, and also changing the perception in general of boxing in the country to say maybe it can cause more injuries, but in this case we want to say that it can actually provide respect for women, self-defense, some confidence, and also empowerment in general, so to actually within the societal values in the country as well, and they can actually get a social benefits to meet with other people and also play more sports, including boxing. Thank you.
Somebody stole the script. Is it fine?
My name is King Woman, and our country is Wakanda. Yeah. So our initiative is that we are trying to advocate for women to be allowed to box in our country, where women have been prohibited from boxing. So what we need to do now is to change that law that prohibits the women from participating in boxing. And so the strategy that we are going to employ is that we'll go back to the masses, we'll go back to the people, the ones that especially have interest in issues of women. So these include the community, you have the churches, you have the sports federations, you have the lawmakers themselves, because they have an interest in issues of women. So we'll go back and consult with them and explain to them that we want women in our country to be allowed to participate in the game of boxing. So our role also will be to influence those people who we know that are critical in terms of changing the law that is going to allow women eventually to participate in boxing. So we are also going to conduct research, because we need to educate people as we speak to them. We need to research on the issues. We also need to benchmark against other countries, probably where such things have happened, and also where boxing is happening, so that then we are able to provide that comparative analysis. And also within our countries, within our country itself, we need to look at other institutions, other stakeholders that have probably influenced a different law, and it has been changed. So we need to employ the strategies that they could have used for that law to be changed. And also in terms of risk management, we need to look at issues of course, there are issues of health risks in terms of boxing against women. How do we address that? We need to look at issues of girls being exposed. We need to look at issues of medical equipment, personnel, doctors. Do we have the right systems in place that are going to support women as they are allowed to participate in boxing? And then in terms of monitoring success, we need to ensure that issues of safeguarding for these women women and girls who are going to be allowed to box are put in place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wakanda.
Hey. Yeah, the last group.
Hello. I think it's working. Afternoon, everybody. My name is Ngobile, and I'm representing group number 3. Well, to advocate for women to do boxing, we as group number 3, we believe that every human has got the right to participate in any kind of sport, regardless of gender, race, or religion. So what we will do is, because boxing starts from the associations can report the case to the Sports Council, and the Sports Council can take the matter to the Minister of Sport. So for engagement, thereafter, the minister can review the act of parliament. That is by engaging stakeholders for input before any finalization. This can include human rights activists, traditional leaders, or churches. So we expect, oh my goodness, okay. We expect that from the minister, it's the minister who can take the issue to the cabinet, and the cabinet can take the issue to the parliament. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Are we online, back to online? If not, because of we're running out of time, I think we had a great masterclass here, because of all of them are presenting strategies on advocacy on the issue. So the issue that I gave you is a real issue that happened in South Africa. Women were not allowed to box until 2001, boxing or wrestling. And unfortunately, the National Federation of Boxing didn't agree with us. As we challenged that act, they were saying, no, we don't want women in boxing. And also they came up with all the reasons that she was giving about protective measures and whatever. And I remember, because they challenged us in Parliament when we were presenting to the Portfolio Committee. And I was standing there presenting, saying, but men do have protective clothes. Why can't we have protective clothes? Because they were bringing all issues about, the breasts and whatever, and the medical issues and whatever. So we actually have done our exercise. We had all the facts to defend the issue. But what happened is that the minister understood and was supporting it, and the DG, but their problem is that it was going to take long if they follow their own processes. But if it's actually coming from outside, the process might be actually a little bit faster. So what we did was for us to then look at all policies of South African government. The Constitution of South Africa, the Bill of Rights, the fact that South Africa signed the Brighton Declaration, the fact that South Africa was involved in the 1995 Belgian Conference, the fact that South Africa does have a promotion of equality, prevention, and unfair discrimination act. So we put all those documents up, and parliamentarians were sitting back and saying, we are in parliament, we can't be having one policy that is against all other policies in parliament. And that's what put pressure on them. So when our Olympic Committee was quiet on the issue, our National Sports Council was supporting us. But the point is that we had to stand as a women's structure because we wanted women to box. And I remember one of the parliamentarians standing up and saying, do you want me to tell me now that my daughter should box? And I said, that's the mistake you are making. You are putting your daughter in the boxing ring instead of putting people who have an interest in boxing. There are women who want to box, and they brought a lot of stories about women being battered and whatever. I said they can defend themselves then. So we cannot allow the rules of the country contradicting each other. And that's what helped us to get the act to be changed. And in 2001, women were allowed to box. And even today, women are allowed to box. But what I want to raise is the fact that your advocacy could actually open up opportunities for more other women and girls to participate in the sport that they want, because it's not only about these cases. There are lots of cases in your organizations that are preventing women to participate in sport. When you identify those issues, work on the same strategies that you went out and work on, and make sure that using those strategies, You build your network, you get people to assist you, and make sure that you get. And actually, to be honest with you, we started lobbying some of the politicians. To us, it was divide and rule. So we started actually going to certain individuals in Parliament to get them to support us to change the act. So that's it. Thank you. Oh, fine. I forgot to say something. No, you can go, but that's the last slide that I want to go to. I won't go through the whole slide, but I just want to indicate that there are certain competencies or skills that you need. Oh, before that one, yeah. Okay, these are just the quote, and I hope that they will send you the presentation. Our lives begin and end the day we become silent about things that matters. And we should know that if we are quiet, then your life is done. But also, Oprah was saying, I was once afraid of people saying who she thinks she is. And that's what people say to us. They've said that to me so many times, and they said to you so many times. But the point is that you have to make sure that you raise your voice when things are going wrong. In the end, we will remember not the words of the enemies, but the silence of our friends. There's a slide that is about the skills and competencies, but I think when we send those are the competencies that you need in order for you to do advocacy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Muditambi Ravele. That was part of the advocacy for this morning or this afternoon, adding up to the topics that we had this morning. She said that advocacy is a process, but that process is not smooth. So the mindset to seek solution, not to create problems. Remember what our acting DDG said this morning. Collaboration effort will never fail you. Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. Before I call on stage, before I call Patience to come through, let me take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Director General of Sport, of Department of Sport, Arts and Culture in South Africa, Ms. Sumaya Khan. You're welcome, ma'am. And also we recognize the presence of the SASCOC CEO, Ms. Nozipho Jafta. You're welcome. As we go towards the end, we are now coming also to, we will have Ms. Patience Shikwambana to give us the networking and relationship building. Ms. Patience is the Chief Operating Officer of SASCOC, and also she is also the chairperson of the 2023 Netball World Cup Board. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you. Over to you, Ms.
Good afternoon. You look tired. Okay. Yeah, I know that latter part, my CEO. Right. I've been asked to talk about networking and relationship building. It's one of my responsibilities within the organization. That when we need to assist or interact with our stakeholders, then it becomes more of my responsibility and make sure that we maintain those relationships. So I'm just going to, my presentation is straight to the point because networking is networking. I mean, if you don't have, if you don't have the skills to network, we are doomed in your life. And if you can't build relationships, you can't live, you know? So it's important that you understand that. Right, I think we all know that in terms of networking, it's a process of interacting with others to exchange information, and it's also to develop professional or social contacts. We started today at 9, and if no one from you in this conference has spoken to anyone, then there's something wrong. I think you should have gone to a person that you don't know, introduced yourself, and say where you come from and what do you do. I mean, that's networking. So it means you live on Sunday, those that are living on Sunday, and you have not spoken to anyone because we are in a conference. There's people who can help you and make you to become a better person through these conferences. And obviously the power in terms of networking is building mutual beneficial relationships. And actually this allows you to turn every corner with confidence. Some of us are able to stand here because there's people who gave us the oomph to say you can do it. It was not on my own. There's times that you wanted to give up, but through your cycles or your network, we're able to say, look, I have to go ahead. Network is about spotting opportunities. There's this saying or a quote that says, opportunity dances to those that are already on the dance floor. So many I don't like after parties, ne? After parties is not my issue. And when this quote says opportunity dances in those that are already on the dance floor, then people think, no, you must go to those parties, then you'll be able to network. But look, it's a good forum as well, that one that you can use. But it says it so that through networking, you'll be able to spot people that you can talk to that can be able to build your character. And therefore, it's important that we have to spend time asking questions about the person that you're talking to and their business. This is to identify any problems they might have and provide a solution for it. I mean, some of us are here, we're running institutions, we are running our homes, we're running organizations, but there's no one who can tell me does not have a challenge. And you might find someone around us here today that can help you to say, this is the best way to do it. Networking builds relationships. Dr. Chidakwa, did I say it correct, my doctor? Yeah, we've got a relationship with her because she took care of my first vice president in Zimbabwe. We've built a relationship, so we know we can call and ask. So that is important. I started with this one to say, if you do not have networking skills, you are set out for doom. I mean, you can connect with family, you can connect with friends, you can. I know some of us here, to the youngsters, ne, that they call us. No sabotage, no sabotage. You must just pray and say, in Jesus' name, it will continue. You must not feel the pain. There's this word BBC, born before computer. So, but we are told that at our age group, we are BWBC. Ne? So it means we were born way long before the computer. So, but the fact that we're able to call them and do that, that's fine. The significance of networking. It helps to find opportunities through building relationships or build relationships. Obviously, there's expectations. We are probably expected, as most people are, to meet new people. understand the marketplace as part of your role. It benefits your career. I mean, some of us, let's look at ourselves where you come from, where you started in your career. Some of you have now become international brands because they know you all over the world. But you have grown. There was a career path that took you where you are. And that's basically what this thing is saying. I've spoken about build relationships. You share insight and receive valuable mentorship. This one, Tambi loves it a lot because she always say, we have to pass the baton. We've been there, let's pass the baton. So one of the things that you must do through networking, you must start to ask yourself, how many of the youngsters have you taken through what you've learned and what you've experienced? And that is what is critical. It's a vicious cycle. Spending time on building a relationship could deliver results in the future. So you must have my name, you must have patience. No, but it's true. It's just like marriage, again. If you don't become part of building it, it won't become what you expect. Highest benefits of networking. It strengthens your network business connections. Whatever that you need, it's easy because you know who to talk to. If you've got problems with AUS Region 5, talk to the CEO. Tap into your network for ideas. Bokhame have traveled, they've been to a lot of areas, you need to do that. Raise your profile, it raises your profile, your professional profile. It grows your personal brand. This is one thing that we do not do as women. We are a brand on our own. But we can't talk about, we are not telling stories about who we are. It's a fact. We do not tell stories about who we are. Mrs. Debs said it. Sometimes you have to hush about yourself. Give access to job opportunities. Your commitments, your dedication, it gives you opportunity to be identified or headhunted. Exchange best practice knowledge. It's just like your benchmarking. It gives career advices and support. And it builds your confidence. What are the popular networking opportunities? One of it is where we are in-person meetings or conferences. After hours events, like after parties, but not only after parties, online networking. I mean, we are able to talk to those that are joined virtually currently. Dialogues. We have to talk, exchange and share. Social media and virtual meetups. Diversity groups. I know there was a talk about gentlemen's club. I put Stokvel. That's the first thing that women think about, societal Stokvels. How many of us have got Stokvel for December? Yeah. So that we can take care of our families and whoever. So those groups are important because there's things that you learn. One of our political analysts was saying in one of her sessions that we must never underestimate the power of women in the rural areas. And you know what he was saying? He was saying they've not done project management, they've not been to conferences, but they can arrange a spectacular wedding without a checklist. It's a fact. So that's what you're talking about. So you must not go and look for professor because the professor has got theory. Go to those with practicals. And ways to build a strong professional network. Focus on the right people. I know we sometimes say it's not easy to detect that the person is not the right person. But I sometimes say you can do your vetting, but also you must be able to learn people in terms of what kind of a person are you engaging with. but you must focus on the right people. It must be a win-win situation. You are not always right. If you are networking, both of us must be satisfied. It's a give and receive. You must not be a parasite. You must also be able to contribute and give. Yes, there are parasites. Yeah. You organize a lunch, you're always paying each and every session that you're going. The parasite, the money is not coming out. So it's give and receive. Become a connector. Remember to reconnect. Use social networks and start your own networking groups. This is one thing that we're also scared of as women. Do not be scared to start something that will benefit you or your community or your structure. If you've got an idea and you 99% believe it will work, start. We always say that you're busy talking, start whatever that you're thinking about. As long as your intuition is saying you should, you must do that. Effective networking, you must prepare, schedule appointment ahead of time. So you must be very organized. Present yourself well. They're saying you must always stand up when you introduce yourself. I mean, it shows respect and professionalism. Always be ready to give your pitch. Listen and ask questions. I think for me, one thing that we lack as human beings, it's listening skills. When a person is talking to you, already you've got an answer. We are not even hearing what the person is saying to you because we are structuring how you're going to defend yourself. Listen, and then after that, decide in terms of how you're going to approach responding to that. But listening and asking questions, and they always say there's no stupid question. Ask for help. You know, there's times that you are in your office, you are calling yourself COO, ne? And they're thinking, she's there. It's tough there, it's hot. So at some point, you must go and seek for help. Or else you'll die a natural death. You tell us your online presence. I'm honest what I'm saying, guys. And do your homework. Networking is important that you should know who must be within your circles. And that is important. So do your homework before you know, how do I connect with Prof. Cora? Yeah, is Prof. Cora the right person to talk to? Relationship building. I mean, once you talk building a relationship, you're talking about affiliation, agreements, association, coming together as societies or stokvels, a measure in terms of organization. I mean, like in our case now, we had sports and recreation on its own, and arts and culture now it's one thing, unions, etc. And it says that a healthy relationship leads to mental peace and positive atmosphere. So women, if it's tough, there, leave. Because you won't have mental peace and positive atmosphere, I'll leave it there. Strong and healthy relationships are built on 3 C's. One is communication. And I always say when you talk communication, constant and effective communication. That is critical. Compromise, I think the compromise is the same thing, give and take. Sometimes tomorrow you're right, tomorrow the person is right. And it's not you every day that you're going to be creative in terms of what you know. But you know, on the aspect of compromise, one thing that I want to say, we're coming from various institutions or societies, so we must be able to even accept that we are different. Issues of commitment, it's critical. In networking, once we're deciding that I want to become a mentee, or mentor, whatever, you must commit yourself into that process. These are some of the tips that you need to develop in terms of having a good, positive relationships. You must have open and honest communications. If you don't like a thing, you don't like it, you must just say it as is. Why must you go to Durban while you are in Johannesburg, just say straight that, look, I don't like what you're doing, whatever. But you must be open and honest about it. Accept and celebrate differences. I spoke about that earlier. Respect and appreciate others. Hey, jealous abafazi. Women, I don't know, it's not our nature. I mean, I don't like this thing of saying it's nature. It's human nature. They're just saying it's more on women. But when people are doing good, when people are growing, let's appreciate that. Listen effectively, I've spoken about that. Give people your time. We sports people, we think we're too busy. Ne? You even forget your family. Because whenever they are thinking of gatherings, the only thing that you think about is about your sport events. So you must give people your time, those you think you're going to benefit. Develop people skills. Manage mobile technology. Learn to give and take feedback. Learn to trust more. I know it's not easy. And then develop empathy. These are the skills that you need in terms of building relationships. Interpersonal skills, listening skills, I've spoken about that. Non-verbal communication, you must be able to read a body language. You must be able to say, this one I'm talking to him or her is not even listening, not even interested. Verbal communication skills, emotional intelligence. This one is come up these days in our organization that we need to be emotionally intelligent as leaders. Networking skills, team building skills, accepting criticism and learning from it. And be aware of how the relationship grows. What's the point of staying in a group and you're not benefiting? I've always been told that if you're a group of 10 friends and 9 of you are clever and the last one is dumb, automatically the last one is going to be clever. The other way around, if 9 are dumb and 1 is clever, the clever one automatically is going to be dumb. So you must think carefully where you must belong. And in conclusion, in terms of relationship building, know which relationships are seasonal and which one are for long term. Understand your value, what you bring into the relationship. Ensure that the relationship is mutually understood. And in terms of networking, continuously work on all social skills. Communicate your intentions from the beginning. From the beginning. Not when now you've tied the knot, then they tell you that you must be home by what time. Start it in the courtship part of it. It's important. Being easily identifiable is an advantage, because wherever you go, then you are known. My last shot to you in terms of a quote that I like is the one that says, if you want to grow and maintain your relationships and networking, never stop whenever any dog barks, because you might not reach your destination. I thank you very much. No questions, again. I didn't take my book. Yeah?
Let's give a round of applause. Even my mic is off now. Something went wrong with my mic. There, I'm back. Let's give a round of applause. That was quite interesting. Effective networking. Focus on the right people. I love that. And do your homework. People skills. We fail because of people skills and social skills. So let's not just fall from the sky. Let's do our homework. Thank you very much. Ms. Patience. I don't know if there are any questions, brief questions from online or on the floor. If not, I can see you are very satisfied with the presentation. And let me say thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you very much.
And best of luck with the preparations of the 2023 World Cup.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Now I will call, we are about to wrap up, though we still have one presentation. But let's wrap up the advocacy because our day was about the advocacy. And we have the action planning scenarios that are going to be done by Ms. Muiponi Mashale. And I forgot, earlier on when I was introducing her as the chairperson of the WIS, she has a committee. And in that committee, we have Mozambique, represented by Claudia, Carol. Carol is from where?
Namibia.
Oh, Carol from Namibia. We have Chuli from Botswana, Kosinet from Zimbabwe, Anna from Angola, Feziwe from Eswatini, Mamuruti from South Africa, Simoya from South Africa, Mary from Zimbabwe, and Zion from Malawi. Let's give them a round of applause.
And I think, Madam Director, it's very eminent to mention that in the House as well, we've got a first lady who steered the women in sport, who is Dr. Eugenia Chidagwa. She has been a mentor to all the committees that came after her, and we're really happy to have you here.
Thank you.
This is going to be a very short one as we are wrapping up the advocacy sessions. I think we had the presentations, we interacted, and now we are ready to just see what we can do to mitigate the risk that we are already foreseeing in terms of implementing the just drafted action plan by the region. So in doing that, we are going to request the participant to go back into their groups, and we have some scenarios that we request them to work on. But before that, we prepared slides to just say, what is a scenario planning? So in scenario planning, we're just making assumptions on what the future for women in sport is going to be and how the sport environment will change over time in the light of that future. And what we are going to be concentrating on in our various groups is to say, what is the key issue? Planning, what is the issue we are trying to deal with, and over what time frame? And we need to identify the external factors. What are the major external drivers that needs to be addressed? What are the major internal factors that also we will need to take care of? So in that process, we will have to define assumptions to say, we clearly establish relationships among the drivers and limit the number of scenarios that are created. So in scenario planning also, we have to develop perspective to say, based on the scenario, what perspective must the organization take? How does the perspective fit into that strategy? And then we need to be wary again of maintenance. Do we have the right data? Ms. Leboto was talking about data. Do we have that data of women that have impacted lives of young girls? And do we have technology? Do we have the resources and skills to develop and maintain those scenarios? And we have also outlined the benefits of scenario planning to say,
Scenario planning enables a team to think through a range of possible strategic options. So as we go into those groups and we are trying to address the issues that I will give later, let us think of a range of possible strategies to use. And also it enables the group to identify triggers for strategic choice and key deviation points. So again, it helps one to develop risk mitigation plans on time. So this is what we are requesting you to do. Help us help the Women in Sport Committee and those that will be implementing it to already identify the risks that are associated with the draft action plan, which will be shared. It also helps with thorough look at a wide range of possible outcomes. What are the possible outcomes? Let us not limit ourselves to what we think we are seeing. We have said, as a sporting fraternity, we really need to think outside the box in order to come up with programs that can really enhance the performance of the young girls in our communities. And this also allows to identify, prepare for, and manage risk exposure. So in the next exercise, we will be using the scenario planning that I've just explained to address these 4 priority areas of the draft gender action plan, which is policy development and review, capacity development, advocacy, I think there's a spelling mistake there, and research. So we are going to go into our 4 groups, and we are going to give you 20 minutes to work and address this. We have developed a template. I have shared that template with the group leaders to say, while we are addressing these issues, let us just say, what is the perceived challenges? What is the perceived challenges in policy development and review? Who is affected? How is the target group affected? And what measures can we put in place to address that perceived challenge already? And who are the responsible ministries or organizations in addressing that challenge? So in that 20 minutes, I'm kindly going to request that we work in our groups and use the template to just answer those questions. Let me go back. So group 1 will deal with policy development and review. Group 2 will deal with capacity development. Group 3 will deal with advocacy, and group 4 will deal with research. I have sent this presentation to the 3 groups. So the team leader for group 4, when I go off the stage, can you please see me so that I can share that with you quickly? Thank you very much, Madam Program Director. So our 20 minutes will start now.
was a form. There was a form where you were supposed to have registered. If you have not registered, please ensure that you don't leave the room without registering. If you have never seen this form, make sure that you see Tsolo or you raise your hand and Tsolo will come to you. But don't leave before you register. Okay, before we wrap up, we have the last and final presentation for this afternoon. We were talking advocacy from this morning. We had the advocacy for women's leadership. We had leadership skill and competency for advocacy. We had the advocacy on gender masterclass. And then lastly, we have the networking and relationship building. And the action plan scenarios that you were given by Ms. Muiponi Mashale that we will complete tomorrow morning. And please make sure that you are on time tomorrow morning. We also have, now I will introduce Dr. John Mpapuri. He's an author, a public speaker, a workshop speaker, an entrepreneur, and a businessman. He also does organizational and personal life coach. He is going to talk about the integrative role in multicultural society in relation to gender equality and inclusion. Doctor, over to you.
Good afternoon. How are you? I know that speaking after lunchtime, it's never an easy thing to do. Only patience can handle that. Because she keeps you laughing throughout her presentations. I'm going to talk, and let me thank the organizers for inviting me to come and speak or address you on this subject, integrative role of sports in multicultural society in relation to gender equality and inclusion. So, yes, that's myself, John Mpapuri, and those are some of my qualifications. And it was said I'm an author. I've published 4 books, and I also wrote more than 20 manuals for workshops, and I am a public speaker. I facilitate workshops, and I'm an entrepreneur and a businessman. And I also do organizational and personal life coaching. The introduction, it's Tom Northup who once said, all organizations are perfectly designed to get the results they are getting. If we want different results, we must change the way we do things, close quote. Let me say this to us, the organization you are part of, what is happening in your organization was designed, although it was not articulated, but every organization, the way it is done, like I listened to many speakers here saying they are going to smash patriarchy. And I 100% agree with that. Most of organizations have been formed or fashioned in a way of protecting that. And for us to penetrate that organization and change it, the truth of the matter is, yes, we need to smash. Otherwise, you will not change the organization. So Tom Northup said, every organization, what they receive, it's what the organization is set or organized around. And let me define what multiculturalism is. Multiculturalism is an ideology that promotes an institutionalization of communities containing multiple cultures mingling freely. What does this mean? It simply means that multiculturalism, so if we are to change an organization, we need to understand the concept of multiculturalism. Now, the word multiculturalism, although it seems long, it comes from two words. The first word is multi. Multi simply means more than one or many forms. So if we do not change the way we approach things in an organization, it will remain mono, which means one way of doing things. And for those of you who have worked for different organizations, you know how difficult it is to change a mono into multi. And the second part of the word is culture, which simply means mental programming of people in a specific environment. It can also refer to social policies which supports or encourage such coexistence and or functioning together. So multiculturalism helps us to coexist with people who prefer, who does things different from us. According to Professor Mazrui and Dr. Kariuki, multiculturalism adheres to a philosophy of cultural synthesis, which simply means the process of combining different ideas into a complex whole. So this is an amazing task. So multiculturalism helps organization to say, we can accept other ideas that we are not used to and find a way of making them to coexist. Like we're talking of gender equality. Isn't it amazing that you just find someone saying, no, women can do this, women can do that, because in patriarchy, people just can't see sharing the space with a gender different from theirs. And can I also say, we're actually empowering patriarchy when we keep on saying, this is men's club. Yes, those are the things we need to smash. Why can't that club, which is meant to be men's club, accommodate different genders? Because different genders brings different ideas and different ways of understanding. So Mazrui says, now the process of combining different ideas into a complex whole, very interesting, complex. It means it's not an easy thing to manage. And can I say, if you talk of patriarchy, they had already found a way of doing things and people are used to doing things that way. Now, when you bring multiculturalism, you are bringing different ideas. Now, somebody has to wrestle with 2 or 3 ideas, which is very challenging. The real challenge is making the mix work. And that is where inclusion comes in. Trying to get my slide moving. Where do I point? Oh, what is in? Let's go back. Go back. Oh, You've mixed my slides now. Let's go back. Yeah, then go to the next one. Good. How does sport help in multiculturalism, equality, and inclusion? An Australian Football League multicultural ambassador by the name of Justin Curatolo once said that sport transcends boundaries and provides opportunities for all human beings, regardless of their gender, race, color, religion, age, fiscal ability, circumstances, or economic background, to connect with each other and the world around them. The benefit of multiculturalism, gender equality, and inclusion in sport, and this is where Curatolo continues to say, often, sport is used to achieve success through competition, financial gain, or personal achievement. Yet, perhaps, the biggest benefit of sport is that it promotes social inclusion amongst disadvantaged. Now, when we say disadvantaged, in this case of multiculturalism and in this time in which we live in, we also refer to women groups. Disadvantaged because some decisions that are made, automatically they exclude or disadvantage women. This will also refer to disabled people, that some decisions are made and already it excludes them. The Australian Institute of Health and Welfare recently reported that participation in sport was shown to increase social inclusion as well as decrease social exclusion, close quote. Now, we need to ask to say, what is inclusion? Inclusion is about creating an environment where everyone can be themselves, feel that they are able to contribute their views, in other words, talent, skills, etc., without fear of being judged or condemned, and that this will be valued. In other words, I believe that conferences such as this, we are trying to say, when you are in the organization and you raise an idea, maybe contrary to what majority or what people are used to, it should not be said, no, you are only saying that because you are a woman. You are saying what you are saying because you are part of the organization. And including women or disabled people or any other disadvantaged groups is to bring in ideas that will never surface if these people are not brought in. This is promoted and inspired by inclusive leadership. Now, it's very interesting that inclusive leadership, what is leadership? Leadership is influence, am I right? Leadership is influence. Leadership holds the power to influence. And let's look at inclusive leadership. According to Sweni and Borthwick, I quote, an inclusive leader is someone who is aware and conscious of his or her own gender, culture, leadership styles, and how she views the world, who then allows or invites others to share their own perspective of life experiences, and is able to work with many cultures, styles, and genders that are different from his/her own, close quote. What does this mean, friends? There are other issues that we wrestle with for years or for a long time, which can be cut short. For example, let's say we're building or we've got a building and we want to renovate the building to say we want to make sure that disabled people are able to come in. For us to sit together and start deciding without a disabled person who sees, who is tuned into, whose physical body can sense and find a way of accessing the building. We can take 3 years, and when that person comes in, short circuit our long debates. Yes, we can come up with the answer, but sometimes we may even find that it does not fit what we want. And this multiculturalism, we're also talking of it in the context of gender equality. What is gender equality? Is the state in which access to rights or opportunities is unaffected by gender, where people of all gender have equal rights, responsibilities, and opportunities. It means that all men and women of all races, cultures, able or disabled, have equal power and equal opportunities for financial independence, education, and personal development, and that they are all free to participate and compete at any sporting code of their own choice. Now, if you want to measure whether your organization is being successful in multiculturalism, in gender equality and inclusion, this is what I want to address now. The most successful organization in the world are those with most diverse and engaged people. It has been emphasized here to say, if we keep silent instead of challenging things, organizations will never change. And can I say, organizations that are full of people in South Africa will say full of yabas. You know, yabas simply means you agree with everything as long as your agreement takes care of your stomach. Even if you see that this will not benefit the organization, it is said such organizations do not grow, and studies show an 80% improvement in business performance among those with high diversity levels of awareness and sensitivity. When people feel included and able to reach their full potential, they are more productive and often more creative. This is, I want to skip this one. Good. Now, let's look at this. The objectives of multiculturalism, gender equality, and inclusion in sport. Otherwise, we can misunderstand this. Multiculturalism, gender equality, and inclusion are not tools to help us to know how to change others. You can see I've put change others in red. So what we are talking about here, it's not for me or you to change others to be what we want, but these are the objectives: to understand one another. You know, I can understand you even if I don't like who you are and how you do things. But understanding you sets me free and helps me to be who I am, and you remain who you are. So the purpose of multiculturalism, gender equality, and inclusion is understanding one another. Number two, to respect one another's worldview of life. So if I understand you, it doesn't mean I'm joining you. But it simply means that I've been empowered with knowledge to understand how you operate and how you think and how you do things. Number three, to work and play together in harmony. Now, this goes straight into sports. Number four, to live and build a peaceful nation together. That's the purpose. The difference, no, let's leave this one. And this one. Cultural borders, now these are borders that exist because of lack of multiculturalism, gender equality, and inclusion. Such cultural borders in sport often give rise to undesirable situations such as embarrassment, misunderstanding, friction, conflict, and hostility. The main reason to understand multiculturalism, gender equality, and inclusion in sport is to avoid such situations. I'm not going to spend more time on explaining that. Reasons for understanding multiculturalism, gender equality, and inclusion in sport. This is to make it clear to athletes, management teams, and ultimately spectators that multiculturalism is not the same as multiracialism or tolerance. Can I say, friends, tolerance is very destructive to any organization. If you are tolerating, it simply means you don't understand. Hello? So, multiculturalism is not about tolerating. It's an issue of getting facts so that you understand the other person, but it is about how to include others, even if they are not the same as us. Number two, it enables all participants in sports to gain understanding and insights about human similarities and differences. I hope you understand this. Human similarities and differences. Let's make an example here. You need to understand that people in Botswana and people in Angola, they all eat food. That's the similarities. But the differences are this. People in Angola and people in Botswana, they do not have the same delicacies. Does that make sense? So the challenge in multiculturalism is this. When you take Botswana in Angola, they must have been prepared to understand that what they are used to in Botswana may not be available in Angola, but they must not look down or criticize what the Angolans eat. Oh, the slides are gone. Is this sabotage again? Okay, there you go. Now, multiculturalism, gender equality, inclusion helps sport, fraternal, and stakeholders to accept the idea that every culture has significant and value for the bearers, which we call in anthropological language cultural relativism. Cultural relativism simply means this. If you see something that women does and you are a man, you must say it's important to them like what is important to me as a man. Who was saying this? I can't remember. I think it was Boravele. She spoke about in boxing. Men protect themselves here. They designed this. Can you see that the design of that came with men who was exclusive to women because women does not have this to protect. But women have this to protect. So if you bring in women and say, you want sports, how are you going to protect this? Because we know how to protect this. But do you get what I'm trying to say here? Now, that is multicultural way of thinking. That is inclusive way of thinking. That is gender equality. And they will even come up to you and say, but we've got those with smaller nyana boobs, we've got those with medium, we've got those with extra large. But the way you're laughing at me, I'm making an example. No, thank you. Oh, no. Unfortunately, such an objective, positive attitude and approach to other cultures is not characteristics of human nature in general. Ethnocentrism. Now, we do ethnocentrism. What is ethnocentrism? Now, listen to this. This is very, very important that you do not judge other groups or other people or other tribes based on what you know in your culture or in your gender. Like, no, they are not doing this right. And the moment you say they are not doing it not right, the question is, which instrument of judgment are you using? You see, it's what you have been socialized to. If you say, this food is not nice, you will tell us which one is nice, which is what you grew up eating. Do you get that? Now, there are two approaches to multiculturalism, inclusion, and gender equality. There is what we call the melting pot approach, and there is what we call the salad bowl approach. Now, the melting pot approach, just to summarize it, simply means that we are going to change you by force. Yet, the salad bowl approach simply means we are going to pursue you. Does that make sense? So the melting pot approach does not work anymore. The salad bowl approach, now you think of the Greek salad bowl, eh? You have got tomato, you have got lettuce, you have got olives, you have got all these things in one bowl, and the beauty of this salad is in those different colors. Are you coming? Okay. Okay. I am running out of time. Yeah. Now, if I were to give you few skills, number one, to really manage multiculturalism, gender equality, and inclusion, you need the skill of respect. There are examples there I will not give. Number two, you need a skill of tolerance of ambiguity, which simply means when you see new things that you have never seen, you must react in such a way that your reaction is not visible. Is that okay? It's like if you see food that you have never seen before and you go, ah! Is that okay? And again here, I've used names as example, very, very important. You need to understand, if you are meeting a person like me, I am Muvenda person. Do you call me by John or you call me by Nchengedzeni? That must be understood in multiculturalism, in gender equality, in inclusion, because other people calls each other by surnames, others calls each other by first names. Number three will be being non-judgmental. I remember the picture that I saw here of ladies after playing soccer, they were breastfeeding. Somebody will get very offended. Look, they just breastfeed in public. That in inclusion, we must understand why do they feed in public and why do others hide when they breastfeed. Skill number four, personalizing one's observation. Skill number five, relating to people. People are more important than rules. Rules are made by people. And skill number six, empathy, which is emotional intelligence. There's a code there. And the last skill will be persistence, which means now that you have started the journey of multiculturalism, gender equality, and inclusion, persistence simply means don't stop until you get the answer. Thank you.
Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much, Doctor Mpapuri. I announced it well.
Yes,
Mpapuri.
yes, you did.
Yes, thank you very much for that closing presentation that was summing up on all the advocacy that we do. We need to consider the multicultural society that the Region 5 has. Let's give him a round of applause. I'm not sure if there's just one question that I can take because I don't have time. We have run out of time. I'll just give, yes, Ms. Teboho Lebota Sebeho to just ask something.
Good afternoon. It's actually not a question, but I wanted to refer to your slide number 2 of your presentation. I don't know if you're able to go to slide number 2. We're not able to. Okay. But for me, that is my biggest takeaway from everything that you said today. Your second slide of your presentation is about who you are and your achievement. And we've had like several ladies present this morning, and none of us did that. And that shows that we don't blow our own horns enough, ladies. Dr. Mpapuri came here and told us where he gets his authority from. He's an author, he's that. So thank you very much for bringing that up. I'm changing my presentation to speak to all my accolades. Thank you.
No, I think it's very important, my sister, like Patience was telling us to say, we must network. Now, how do you come to me and say, hey, we want you to come to Botswana without knowing who I am and where do I get my authority? So I think we should do that, learn to do that. And sometimes it's also because of our cultures that don't blow your own trumpet, but in this context of business, you need to.
Amen. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. If there are any questions online, please take them so that we can share with Dr. Mpapuri so that they can still be answered, or comments that are coming through for him. While you are still here, say thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to thank you all for being here, especially our guest of honor who was here with us this morning, the acting DG, Mr. Vusitemba Ndima, for setting the tone of discussion this morning. And our other guests, we had our DDG, Ms. Sumoya Khan, our AUSC representative, Ms. Nicole Simbi, and our Region 5 Advisory Board, Beru, Dr. Mamweke Zinto, our Region 5 CEO, Mr. Mutoya, our Global Observatory CEO, Dr. Payoshni Mitra, who is online, and our Region 5 partners, NIF, Tafisa, Nashua, Botswana, and of course, our presenters, our speakers who gave us this day. Let's give them a round of applause more than any other. Yes. And of course, our translators there at the back, thank you very much to ensure that we hear everything, and members of the media who were present, and lastly, the participants who are online and the participants who are physically. Please give yourselves a round of applause for being good this afternoon. And any other valuable individual member of this region who was there and I didn't get to see them present, we much appreciate your presence. And the last announcement there's a form that is going around. There will be a city tour on Saturday at 2 o'clock. There will be a city tour at 2 o'clock. Please, if you want to be part of that, write your name so that we know how many people will be going. And then also we have the dinner to prepare for, sir. That's why I was rushing you. We have to prepare and look nice and get to Serenity Hall. Serenity Hall is just in the same yard where we are. As you go to the reception, the task team will definitely be dressed nicely and waiting for you there. They will direct you as to where to go. And then we also make sure that we are on time, because we are expecting dignitaries to be there on time. So you know they never miss time. So let us not be there late. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And my name is Malebora Ditladi Nkakile, and I will see you again tomorrow. The time is 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock, the start of the dinner. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're welcome.